I'm live. Hello, 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 everybody. Hi, my name is Pete, and you're on my channel, Ponderings of Pete. I'm going to be doing some reading sprints today. I shall have guests, but we'll see. We'll see. I have people that, might be coming. I didn't really promote this that much because, I don't know, I just didn't. I might toss a few other things out there, but it's fine. It's been a hot minute since I posted. Well, I mean, I posted something this morning, technically. And I've been working on work has been crazy. I've been recovering from that because the first week of August was really crazy for me. And now I'm trying to get back in the swing of things. So I figured I'd do some reading sprints. Um, so with reading sprints, today I will be reading Bonds of Chaos by Zach Argyle. This is an arc that he sent to me. This is the third book in the Threadlight trilogy. This is one of I think the 5 endings that I'm working on this month. I finished Speaking Bones a day or two ago. It was great. It was painful. It was great. So shorter book, but still hopefully a good ending. Well, that's what I've heard as well. So is that so far the people that have the friends of mine that have read it really liked it, which is good. So we'll see. My plan is to finish this today or tomorrow, maybe today, but I'm also not too far into it, so we'll see. It's what 350 roughly. Be fun. So yeah, I'm probably because I'm not good at talking to myself. I probably will just do some sprints for like the next 15 minutes or so, and we'll see what happens. So cool. Let's see. Yeah, let's just do sprinting until 15, and then we'll see where we're at by then. Cool. Hello.
Hello.
How goes it?
Now that I've had an adequate amount of sleep, a lot better.
Yay, adequate amount of sleep is great.
Yes. I think I slept like 6 hours in the middle of the day yesterday and then all night until like 10 this morning. So I feel like a
Nice.
human being again.
But your thesis is done now.
It is, which means I'm officially graduated.
You're
Finally.
you're a full doctor now?
No. This was
No,
my
no.
master's. No.
Okay, it's just your master's.
So what happened was you have a thesis you have to do because the program I did was a program for people who want to go to med school who might need to either take all the classes required because they're changing careers or boost their GPA because they had issues in undergrad.
Mhm.
And a lot of the programs are just like the classes and then you get some sort of like certificate at the end. But this one's an actual master's, so you have to do the thesis portion. And so it was just a 25-page like literature review paper that I had to write. But the summer I was supposed to do it was when I was taking care of my grandfather. And so I just had like family stuff. And so they give you the option to wait until the summer between your M1 and M2 years to finish it. So I essentially took like a leave of absence.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. And then I did my anatomy program this summer. And so I like left it until way too late. And so yeah, don't procrastinate, guys. It's a terrible idea.
It is a terrible idea. Can
Yes.
confirm. Anitha is here. She says hi.
Oh, yay. Hello. I'm not in the right section. There we go. Oh, there's people. Oh, we forgot to bring her book.
Yes, he forgot her book.
This is why I have some ebooks on my phone because I have the Kindle app. That way, if I'm like stuck in line at Costco or waiting for my car, and my pop socket on the back says "Leave me alone, I'm reading." So
appropriate, yeah.
Yeah, so if someone tries to talk to me, I just kind of like lift my phone up a little higher. But I'm Midwestern, so I almost always say hi because that's just how we do. But
It is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I just have a big backpack. And it's really funny because the other day, because I was reading Speaking Bones for a week, and then I switched to Bonds of Chaos after I finished Speaking Bones. And I picked up my backpack and it felt empty because I didn't have a thick book in it.
No.
Because like the weight is dramatically different when I don't have a giant book in my backpack. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I have those like I don't even know where one is, but those like book covers that are like soft that you can zip your book in. And I have like the extra one. And the hot books don't fit in them because they're too thick. They're too thick. And it's like extra large. So it's supposed to fit. Like in theory,
it's for the extra large YA hardbacks, obviously.
Apparently, yes. It's supposed to fit all my Cassandra Clare books. That's about it.
Yeah, that's the biggest that they can conceive of. I think making one of those, the way that I've seen those constructed, like you'd have to make them differently, right? Because they need to have an extra strip along the two sides if you're going to make it for a big book. Because I have one that I never use that I got because I bought some covers for Lord of the Rings, and then I don't actually have the correct editions. But I have this one, which is really cool, but like I don't use it because like you need to have an extra strip of fabric between these two sides in order to make it like accordion like.
Mm-hmm. This one is this is like the mass market paperback size.
Mm-hmm.
And it's big. It fits like a Dresy book in there, but that's about it. I like it. I managed to find one that had anatomical hearts on it.
Nice.
Yes.
The real question is, would it fit a mass market Stormlight?
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, we can try this. Let us do an experiment.
Experiment time. Can a mass market sized book sleeve fit a mass market brick?
Question is, where did I put mine? Aha. I guess I have to show you guys my bookshelf, don't I?
You do, since you changed.
Oh no! Why did I put them all the way at the bottom?
How dare you? That is a crime against Brandon Sanderson.
Oh my god! Well, I have 4 copies of The Way of Kings, so something had to be.
That's just the way it's supposed to be.
Okay. Oathbringer.
That's a good one to do.
We'll see. Absolutely not. Yeah, no, this is not.
They make them for like pamphlets instead of bricks.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, this is not a normally sized book.
To be fair, they are pushing the bounds, the limits.
They are. Okay, let me put that shelf back together and then I can show you my bookshelf.
Fantastic.
You're reading Bonds of Chaos. How is it?
It's good so far. It's been a while since I read the first one or the second one, so like I'm having to remember who all the characters are and how the magic works and all that jazz because it is a hard magic system. So it's kind of there's a little bit of confusion on my end, but it's because it's been a while.
I mean, that's fair. Ugh.
But yeah, it's good, and I'm happy that I have it to read, and I'm glad that Zach sent me a physical copy too.
I mean, you guys are buds, and so it makes sense.
Roughly.
Oof. I don't know what I'm gonna read today. I know what Anita and Evie want me to read, and that's the Ship of Destiny.
I think that might be next for me after I finish this. Maybe.
Are you ready for Heartbreak?
I mean, I just got done with Speaking Bones, so like I'm like well acquainted
with the Heartbreak. Yes.
Yeah,
the next chapter I'm on. The next chapter I'm on is entitled Wintro, and so I'm just not like ready for that yet. After how we left Wintro at the end of the last book. Yes. But I got in the mail the other day the last Fireborn book.
Yes. I still didn't read the second one.
You don't want me to read it, Anita?
No. Oh, she doesn't want you to read Ship of Destiny? I mean, she's in the middle of War Master's Gate, right? Which is book 9 of Shadows of the Apt. Which is, I think she's almost done with it based on her updates. Because it's that also was a book that was tough to read because it's a lot of war.
One day I will get to those. I have until the 29th. That's when school starts again. And so I have until then to do whatever I want. And that includes lots of reading.
Binge all of Malazan.
You're never going to let me live that down, are you?
No, I'm not.
I'll read them all in secret.
Did you even get through Gardens of the Moon?
Oh no, I didn't even get past like the first 10 pages of Gardens of the Moon. Not because I didn't want to, but because it was a Hob summer.
Yeah, if it's a Hob girl summer, it's fine.
Oh dear. Okay. Yes. I am done now, which means I can, and I have skills. If I am dealing with trauma, I have all of the skills to help me with it.
You have the trauma triad and all that other jazz.
Yeah, so my thesis was on dialectical behavior therapy, which is for people who have emotional dysregulation issues, and a lot of people who have undergone trauma deal with that because their reactions to any kind of emotional stimuli are basically like avoidance or evasion or anything that will help it feel better in the moment. So like anger or like silence or just like bad decisions, drugs, alcohol, sex, that kind of thing. Oh, I shouldn't have said that word on your stream. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's fine.
Oh no. But so I've spent like the last week straight reading nothing about that, and if I have to type the words DBT on it, like I have trauma from that. But anyway, it's skills to help people change how they react to emotional stimuli. So recognizing in the moment, oh, I am doing this reaction. Here's a way to like reroute my brain. I'm going to do like this thing to take my mind off of it, or I'm going to use this coping mechanism instead of that bad one. And so, yeah. So when I'm like reading the Hob books, I'm like, I want to teach this person this coping mechanism so that they stop doing the thing.
Wintro, if you do XYZ, you'll feel better.
Mostly it's Cirilla right now, but if you remember her. I don't know, when did you finish Mad Ship?
I finished Mad Ship during Ireland. Like that was the book that I finished during the 30-hour flight.
Oh wow,
30-hour
that was
trip.
brave of you.
I had it was hilarious. So like we were supposed to be like we were supposed to leave work at what, noon? Yeah, noon, 1 o'clock,
Mhm.
and then drive to the airport and get on a flight, and that was gonna be a 3-hour drive to the airport because we were going out of Dulles, and then get on a flight that leaves at like 8. So get in there, we'd have plenty of time. That flight got canceled, and we actually got a notification that it was delayed when we were leaving. And then, so
Oh
we
no.
decided to drive up to Dulles anyways. And so they got on us on a flight that left at midnight that was going to Heathrow and then would transfer us to another flight going to Dublin. So we're a completely different airline. We're getting to that, Anita. I'm working. Yes,
I'm prepared. I'm waiting.
This is what we're doing. So what was going to be like maybe a 12, 15-hour trip, right? We were going to have a 5-hour, I think it was going to be 5 or 6 hours to get from Dulles to Dublin. And then it was going to take us another few hours to get to Kilkenny through buses and trains and stuff. Turned into 30 hours.
Oh my god.
Because we waited until midnight in the airport. I got like a couple hundred pages read there. And then we took the flight to Heathrow. We sat on the Heathrow tarmac and then rushed to the gate. And then we actually like the plane that we got on at Heathrow sat on the tarmac for another hour because of wind. Like they couldn't take off because of how the wind was going, and they wouldn't transfer us to the other runway because it's a busy airport. So we sat there, and then we get to Dublin, and we sit for another half hour on the tarmac there because they couldn't find somebody to like move the gate, the thing that connects the airport to the there's a term for it. It's the jetway. I don't know. The thing that grabs onto the side of a plane and is like, "Hi, you can walk on this."
Jetway sounds right.
Right? It sounds right, but I don't think it's right.
The like slinky thing, right?
Yeah, that's the slinky thing.
Yeah.
So we sat there, and then we get off, and we find the bus after much consternation, and we barely make the last train of the day. Like it was like we didn't even know. Like we actually got on. My mom had actually had tickets for the train before because we thought we were going to make that, but that didn't happen. So we kind of just like get on the train thinking we can get on or whatever, and like the conductor comes over and like we had a nice chat with him. He's like, "Nah, you're good," because everybody in Ireland is actually really nice. It's great. He's like, "You're good."
Good.
Yeah, really nice guy. And then we get to Kilkenny, we get to the place, and it's just like
you collapsed into a pile of I'm exhausted from flying.
Yeah. I finished. It's funny because we were sitting across from a guy on the train that was finishing a book from Skullduggery Pleasant, and I've heard of that series. I haven't read it. I haven't really like dived into it yet, and I wanted to talk to him, but I also was like 50 pages away from finishing Mad Ship, so I just finished Mad Ship.
I could not stop. Like that was. You can't stop when you're at the end of that. I'm looking up right now. Skullduggery what?
Skullduggery Pleasant. It's actually, I saw it in a few bookstores too. I haven't really seen it that much in the US, but I've heard that it's good, and it looks.
It gives me Ghost Rider vibes.
Yeah, Ghost Rider and anime vibes essentially is what I get. But other than that, the trip was great. I'm glad we had some wiggle room before like the wedding, because the wedding was I don't remember when we ended up getting there. We had a full day before the wedding. We were supposed to spend, because the original plan was to get to Dublin and spend half a day in Dublin before we got on a bus to Kilkenny. That didn't happen.
Did you get to go back at all?
Yeah, so we had like 2 days in Dublin after the wedding. And then we came back. Yeah, so we were in Kilkenny. There was a castle, there was churches, there was this the beautiful, beautiful place. Very small town type of feel, and it was great. And we were in this bed and breakfast with a wonderful hostess. And black pudding is great. It's like this pork thing. There's black and there's white. There's just regular white pudding, and there's black pudding, and what the black stuff has blood in it or whatever, but it's good.
Yes, it has blood in it.
It has blood in it. It's also called blood pudding, and it's great.
Have you ever seen like Good Mythical Morning with like Rhett and
Yeah.
Link? And
Yeah,
they
yeah.
always end up trying to put like blood in things whenever they do their food challenges. And none of them can stomach it.
I mean, you got to cook it right.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. Blood pudding is in my Scottish genes. They make it over there too.
Breakfast every day was just great because it was just meat and potatoes cooked well.
Oh no, potatoes.
Beautiful. It was beautiful.
What,
yeah.
What was your favorite thing that you did outside of the wedding? Because I'm sure that was great.
The wedding was great. Definitely going to Trinity College, the Book of Kells, and specifically the Long Library, which I have as a background on the thing now.
That's what this is? You were here?
Yes. Yeah. This is actually like a clip, like a picture I took out from a video that I took.
So this you were there. This is like
I was there. Yeah. This is me behind the camera. It's great.
Oh.
The Long Library is absolutely beautiful. Like, oh my goodness.
Did you go to any of the shelves and like take a book off and stuff?
I couldn't because they're all old books. And they're also actually, so you remember the fire in Notre Dame like a year or two ago? So because of that, they're actually shutting it down for a few years because they're going to be updating it for the fire for current day fire code. So they're going to take the Book of Kells, which is this super old copy of the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They're moving it to a different spot, and then they're taking like the 100,000 books or whatever that are actually in this part of the library and moving them to the other part of the Trinity Library. And they're going to be renovating it for like 3 years, starting in like October. So
that is such a massive job. I thought moving my like 35 boxes of books was hard.
But hundreds of thousands? Oh my gosh.
So many.
It's wild. They already started moving some of them, and there was a bunch of different like post-it notes essentially on a lot of the shelves just being like, this is that. And it was interesting. And then the other thing is, so a friend of mine hasn't seen Star Wars, so we were actually watching Attack of the Clones like a few weeks ago, and the archive scene came up, and I was like, wait, I know this library because the archives in Star Wars are literally like a copy paste of the Long Library.
Really? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like exactly the same, just everything is blue and white.
I'm gonna have to look that up later because
yeah. I was like, oh my gosh, I've been there.
So that made your like little Star Wars heart. Hi, Ben.
Yeah. Hey, Ben.
I never get to like talk to you live-ish ever. So I always catch him at like the middle of the night for us on Instagram.
Yeah, basically. They're only like 5 or 6 hours ahead. It's fine.
Hey, but at least you got to see it. Like you got there just in time before they like shut everything down, which is perfect for you.
Yeah, it was. I feel great that I got to see it before they renovated it. It's wild.
Is the Book of Kells like beautiful and like illustrated and illuminated and all that stuff?
It's like major art project. Monks had a lot of time, so they're like, let's make this. Let's make.
Monks
this
went
pretty.
to Hobby Lobby, and then they went.
To monks went to Hobby Lobby. Monks went to Hobby Lobby because they were bored.
Yes, and they went to town. Scrapbooking the Gospels. No, it's that kind of stuff is an art. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, like the amount of detail. Like so, they had one page that they blew up. Like they took a picture and then like made it bigger or whatever. And like the amount of detail that we could tell just from like when they blew it out. It's like wait, this is a tiny and then looking at the actual Book of Kells, which I couldn't take pictures of. Wait, they made like it was like. They made it so it was like 10 feet high and you could still see a lot of detail. And then you look at the actual like no more than like a foot and a half page, which is still a big page with so much detail on it. Like, what? These guys are wild.
I just did a quick Google and that's insane. It's beautiful. It's very like gives me like Knights sort of vibe thing.
Yep. Hey, that's their time period. You had the monks, you had the chivalrous knights, roughly.
I love that. That kind of stuff is like why I want to travel, to see things like that, like the ancient stuff, and then like the old historical like artwork and the buildings and the castles and the churches.
Yeah.
I love old churches. I love old churches.
Yeah, they're great. And then like seeing like the history of Kilkenny is really interesting because it essentially like flip-flopped back and forth between so many different people over the years, because like it started out as a Norman town, and then it went to the English, and then it was Catholic, and then it was Protestant, Catholic and Protestant, Catholic and Protestant.
Of course.
Yeah, it flip-flopped back and forth so many times. Like 4 or 5 times. It was hilarious. I don't remember precisely how many times, but
like, of course, with bloody battles each time, right? Being taken over.
Not quite, but
no.
It's weird.
They just like waltzed right in and took it. Interesting.
Yeah, they didn't really talk about the battles, but like everything stayed how it was, and then like hearing about like the long lines of like people and like being like, oh, and then every time I go someplace as that's historical or whatever, there's always this like back of my mind this Stump the Tour Guide game, because like so that's basically the game that my mother would play with us when we went on tours and stuff when we were kids. Like being homeschooled, we were able to be like, all right, we're going to take this Thursday or Friday and go visit this historical thing. Like we're in the historic triangle in Hampton Roads. Like there's Jamestown, Williamsburg, Yorktown. We got a lot of historical stuff around here. But the goal was stump the docent or stump the tour guide. It's like, yeah, see what you can ask them that they can't answer.
How successful were you?
So we didn't actually have like a tour guide. We were on a self-guided tour, but like the question that I wanted to ask was there was this one hall that had a wooden roof, and everything was very like well decorated on the roof, and like they had these like spars sticking out with animal heads on them. And there was a bunch of different animal heads, and I really wanted to ask one of the tour guides, like, hey, can you tell me what all these animal heads are? Because like some of them look kind of weird. Like it looked like a dog with bat ears and some other stuff, and some of them were obviously like, oh, that's a dragon, and oh, that looks like a loyal hound type of deal. And I wanted to see if they could name all of them. There were some that I couldn't figure out what they probably were, and I was like, I wonder if the docent knows.
Do you have pictures of them?
I think I have some of them on some of the videos, but I didn't take pictures of all of them. I should have.
How many videos are you making?
I'm only making one video because like what I was doing was I would like take like 10-second clips of just like a scan of something or whatever. I'm not classically like a take videos of everything person, just because like I'm very much like, hey, let's just sit there in the experience and talk and whatever. So remembering to take videos and pictures was a chore is not the wrong thing. It was just something that I had to like remember.
Yeah. I'm the opposite, or I was for a really long time the opposite. Where I was like, oh my god, I have to photograph everything. Like, and then I realized that when I was on my road trip down Route 66, I was like, wow, we were just at that place and I spent this much time on my phone taking pictures. And so I would start actually like leaving my phone in my car when we would go do things. And now it's just like, okay, I took 1 picture or 2 pictures, and I'm going to put it away and be in the moment. And I think it's been like such a good thing doing that. Yeah. And I can't imagine like being in another country and spending too much time behind like your phone taking pictures. It would be just a travesty. Yeah. So
yeah, it's a balance, because like there's a certain part of me that's like I do want to like share it with people and be like, hey, yeah, look at all this cool stuff that I saw, but I also just want to be like, look at all these books,
look at them, I want to be with them. They wouldn't let you. I want to be where the people are.
Yeah,
I want to be where the books are. They wouldn't let you take pictures of the Book of Kel?
No. It's super old. Like they have to turn the pages every day or so to make sure that like they all have an equal amount of light, and just like I think that the main concern, of course, is flash photography. But I think they just don't want to risk too much with it, which is fine. Like they probably have a lot more reasons besides just flash photography. But I think accidental flash photography is something they're terrified of.
I mean, that's fair. Do they make you like put your phones in a thing before you go where it is, or do they just watch you like?
They just have a person in there that watches people.
That's fair enough. I can also imagine that if they like sell pictures of it and stuff in the gift shop or whatever, that they wouldn't want people snipping pics either.
I think it's most. I don't remember if they sold pictures of it in the gift shop or not, but I mean, you could technically take pictures of the picture that like because they have pictures of scans of the pages that they have like blown up, so like you could take pictures of that, and I did. So
flipping the pages every day, like I'd be so nervous, like, holding onto the
basically,
whatever.
Yeah. I don't want to rip this. I'm not going to rip this. This has survived thousands, like many years just to encounter me ripping page.
Nice.
Yeah,
or like disintegrating in your hands like a papyrus scroll or something.
Oh Lord, that's like terrifying.
It's like the book lovers, you like occasionally have dreams or like your heart breaks whenever someone mentions the Library of Alexandria. And like,
yeah, exactly.
I don't know,
or any book burnings whatsoever. That's something that is touched upon in what's it called? Dandelion Dynasty, where there's a certain group of people that decide to start erasing culture, and they burn books and destroy things, and it's like heartbreaking because I'm like, oh my gosh, you're destroying knowledge. Why would you do that? So
I know Ray Bradbury is like your favorite. That's why I didn't like Fahrenheit 451. It's like,
I read it when I was younger, when I wasn't as sensitive. Like maybe that's the best word. Just like I think I could still read it, but it would make me a lot sadder if I read it nowadays.
There we go. That's better.
Just because it's like you're destroying knowledge and culture and other stuff. I'm like, no, don't. So I'm very much against systematic censoring, like a government or an organization censoring things. But like on an individual level, like if a parent wants to censor what their kid reads, like that's fine, because that's an individual decision versus, because at some point that kid's not going to be in their parents' household and they can do what they want, but like the parent has responsibility for raising their child. So
did you get to go to the castle when you were there?
Yeah, at Kilkenny. Yeah, that was fun. That. And then they had this one church that had this super tall tower that was only like 4 feet across. So they had like ladders and going up and everything, and it was like ladder, and you could barely pass by people
without falling.
Yeah, you there was like ladder, really tiny walkway, and then you get onto the next ladder.
Was there a railing?
On the walkways, yeah.
Okay, thank goodness.
Yeah, there were railings. I had to stand on one of them once or twice, just to let people pass.
Wait, you had okay. And how high up were you?
Pretty high.
Oh, geez. I would have been terrified. I would have done it, but I was terrified.
I am who I am. I don't care about those things. It's fine. I'm confident in my abilities to not fall.
Oh, I am not afraid of me falling. I'm afraid of smushing if I hit the pavement or the grass.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's like Kaladin said, if you fall, like you'll fly for a little bit.
Yes, unfortunately, I don't have a Stormlight to help me.
Yeah. Or the whole Nightwing. It's not falling. It's not flying. It's style. It's falling with style.
Falling gracefully or falling with style. Yeah, one of those two.
Yeah, it's great.
I want to see all your pictures. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a video together where I like talk over the stuff that I have. So it's great. Went to a lot of bookstores, and the best thing, my favorite thing that we did was we rested.
What?
So my mom and I didn't feel the pressure to go see everything and do everything all at once and all cram everything in, right? Because like at the end of the day, it was kind of just like, hey, do you want to do anything? No, not really. I just want to go read. So we would go sit and find some place to sit, and we just sat down and read for a few hours before like getting dinner or whatever, or like
Oh.
after dinner we would go read. Like it was relaxing, and I don't think I would have had as much fun if we had just done everything and felt the pressure to do everything.
Because you can go back, you know? You can go back.
Exactly. And like we got to the big things. We got to the long library, which was the big thing. So I'm good.
Well, do you want to read
Yes,
now
let's read.
for a little bit?
Let's read for a little bit now that we've been talking for 30 minutes.
Yes, I will read the book that's not going to break my heart until Anita messages me.
I mean, that book still might. Who knows?
Oh,
First
it
one
probably most definitely will, because it's
Yeah.
the last book, and someone's gonna die. I just know it. So
Of course. Yeah, I gotta get back on that one. Maybe soon. We'll see.
did you read Fireborn?
Yeah, I did. I read Fireborn. I loved it.
Okay,
I just haven't gotten. I think I put the second. I have the second one, and I put it on my TBR, but I couldn't get to it the month I had it. So
I'm gonna finish a series. Do you know how long?
Yes. This is the month for finishing series.
Well, I'm gonna finish this, and I'm going to read Ship of Destiny. So it'll be 2 series I'll be finished with.
Right? That's great. Yeah, this is just the month, because I have
Then
like 5. It's great.
let us know what you're reading if you're still here, and like
Yes.
join.
What is everybody else reading? I'm reading to reaffirm. I'm reading Bonds of Chaos by Zach Argyle, which is the last book in the Threadlight trilogy. Comes out on the 25th.
Ooh, look at this! Look at this beautiful like green color.
Oh wow! Okay.
Ooh.
No, you should just take a book with you, man.
It's fucking too hot to go on a night out. Oh, isn't it hot as balls out there though? I forgot. You know what I'm reading. Yes, I know what you're reading. Enjoy. Take pictures if you're gonna see anything fun. But
Wall of Storms is great.
Book 2 of Dandelion Dynasty. Yes.
It's great.
Have fun on your evening out, my friend.
Yes, have lots of fun. Oh my, that's like 90. I don't convert in my head. It's fine.
Yeah, it's like 32 plus
87.8.
87.8. Yeah, I'm sorry, honey. Yeah,
It's not the worst, but it's bad.
You guys
could be
so
95.
Because you're in Edinburgh, right? So that's like
that's crazy for Edinburgh.
Yeah, I want to know like longitude, latitude for that compared to where we are in the U.S.
Yeah,
like how far north that is.
A lot. Considering when I was in Ireland, like it didn't get dark until like 11. Like it was 10 p.m. and the sun was like still there, and I was like, "This is wild."
Yeah, that's like Canada. It's like Canada.
Yeah.
Y'all need a break. Winter in India.
Oh my. Go to India where it's like 200 degrees Fahrenheit.
I would go to India in a heartbeat. That's on my bucket list too. But yes, read. We're being terrible about the not getting distracted.
You're in line with Canada.
Glasgow. Okay. Why do I keep? Oh, because you were sending me pictures of it. That's why. Have fun, dear. I am
Have fun.
I'm 5 pages into this book, and it's like a flashback, and it's a really sad flashback.
Oh no.
I know, it's bad. Okay.
All right, you want to do what, like 30 minutes, 40 minutes?
Oh, however long you want. I'm good. I'm gonna
let's do, to make it even, let's go to 2:30.
Okay, sounds good. This is the first time I'm actually gonna like sit down and read in like 2 weeks. I'm so excited.
All right, let's read. Have fun. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. I read 30 pages. And I forgot a lot of what happened in the last book. Like a lot.
I know how you feel.
There's a main character in here whose name is Dello, and all I can think of is Dello from Live Ships. And it's like this is like a highborn dragon rider who like is dealing with, he's like in love with a peasant. I don't even know, but it's very different than the Dello that is in Live Ship. And so
Who's the Dello from Live Ships?
Dello is Malta's friend, who's the guy's, she's like her friend who likes all the dresses, and like her older brother is the one who's
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
I know who you're talking about. Yep.
trader's
Yep.
daughter.
That is the inevitability of fantasy. You will
Yes.
see random sounds and letters combined in ways that eventually they will be repeated by people.
This is the only other time I think I've ever heard of the Dello, though. It's weird. DELO.
I had Gaz from Stormlight. I've seen a Gaz in another book as well.
Ooh.
Mhm.
Weird names.
Yes.
Hopefully no one ever tries to use Kaladin for anything else, because
I think the more famous ones are probably unlikely to be repeated.
Hopefully.
Yep.
Though I wouldn't be surprised to see if I had a kid, if I had a son, I would be tempted to name him Kaladin.
Just do it. Don't be tempted. Just do it. Give in. Do it.
Well, because you could call him Cal.
Yeah, exactly.
If anyone says anything, you could just say it's after Kal-El instead.
We have a lot of Eowyn's and Aragorns, and I'm sure there's Harry Potter ones too, Hermione's. So like,
I know someone who named their son Theoden.
To be fair, Theoden is like one of my favorite side characters.
Theoden is my second favorite character in Lord of the Rings. I love him.
I feel like he has the best sword in the movies, if that makes any sense. I really like his sword.
He is the best sword, and he has the best redemption arc.
Yes.
Sorry, it's better than Gollum's. Humble opinion.
Gollum didn't have a redemption arc. What are you talking about?
I mean, he tried.
He kills his own redemption arc in the end.
That's very true. Theoden is my favorite, though, and when I eventually do my like bookish sleeve, which hopefully I will start in October, I'm gonna get the hilt of his sword. That's the 2 horse heads. Yeah, that's gonna be my Lord of the Rings tattoo. Because everyone always gets like the White Tree of Gondor or like Elvish or something, and I'm like, no.
Gondor as a nation is overrated.
Yes, thank you. Rohan is way better than
Rohirrim, and even better, the book Rohirrim, the singing writers and everything.
The Rohirrim are my favorite. I love Rohan. Way better than Gondor.
Yeah, it's great. Rohan is amazing.
Oh,
Gondor is just...
I know. Everyone except for Faramir, because Faramir is a cinnamon roll, and
Faramir is great. Denethor scarred me from grape tomatoes.
I can't. Can't do it. No. It's so disgusting, and it's so
and it's a beautiful song too, and he's just sitting there with his grape tomatoes, just casually giving younger me trauma over that. It's like, oh, I can't do this anymore.
Yes. Have you ever seen Fringe, the television show Fringe?
Yes.
So the guy who plays Denethor is in it, and he's so good. Like, that character is so good.
Yeah.
But then it's so disillusioning.
I think the long hair helps me differentiate a lot more. If they were a lot more similar, I wouldn't be able to watch Fringe.
Yeah, they make it's like disgustingly sexual, the grape tomato thing, and it's just like, ugh, gross.
Peter Jackson, what were you trying to like? Peter Jackson did a very good job of making him hideously unlikable.
Yes, 110%. 110%. How is your book?
It's great. I don't know if I want to tell you how many pages I read, but I read a lot. because
You
like
read
these
a lot faster than I do.
this book is also going by really fast, and the pages are small, and the font is a decent size.
It's an arc, right? So like it's smaller than the normal book's gonna be.
No, it's about the same size.
Oh, really?
Where
I don't
are
have
the other
physical
books?
copies. I only have e copies of those.
They're somewhere. I have to find where they are. But I may or may not have read like 90 pages.
In a half an hour or 40 minutes?
These pages go like super, super fast. All right. And then he has really short chapters. So there's a bunch of pages that only have like
Okay, to be
half of
fair,
the
that's
page.
very helpful.
Yeah. So, and it's really, it's like going really quick. Like there's a lot of action. There's a lot of things happening that has me like not stumbling through the book. Where are my copies?
I'm
There they
gonna
are.
read them now that it's finished. Like,
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna hit that. I have the first two on ebook, but I'm very intrigued because I've seen the covers, and so there's like this gorilla monster with tusks and stuff. Like, I'm super
Yeah.
intrigued about the world.
Yeah, I actually have an older copy of Voice of War that doesn't match with the new ones. But yeah, they're
Are they considered self-pub still, or did he get picked up by
yeah.
anyone?
No, they're stealth pub.
Oh,
He
when's he
Go
gonna
ahead.
get picked up? Gotta
That's
happen.
the real question. I don't know. That'd be an interesting question to ask him. If I could, I think he's one person that I'd like to sit down and have an interview with, because that's something I want to do more.
I mean, you know Hillary fairly well, don't you?
Yeah. I'm helping her out with Spiffbo.
Spitball. I was a little distracted because Brianna was messaging me, and then I had to deal with my dog because they wanted my pretzels. And so this next sprint, I will
You're
probably
gonna ignore the fact that I just
this book. I've been putting off looking how many pages it is because I don't want to accidentally spoil anything for myself, because I know this book is going to be particularly okay.
Are you're talking about
Fury Song? Yeah,
Fury Song.
It's almost 500 pages, so it's the biggest one out of the three. But like, I'm a terrible book lover, and I will read like the last page sometimes.
Ew! Why would you do that?
To make sure that like
I had this. I think I probably saw this on the internet somewhere. So somebody does that. They read the last page, or they read the last sentence, and they did that with Fault in Our Stars. And the last sentence for them was deceptive because it made them think the story was going to end happily.
Oh no, that book is not happy.
Yep. So they were going through the book. They're like, "Oh, this sad stuff is happening, but it'll be okay in the end." And then they get to the end, and they're just like full of rage because the last sentence lied to them.
I remember when it was before the 7th Harry Potter book came out, and J.K. Rowling like released the last like sentence from that book, and everyone was like, but yeah.
She just released the last sentence. That's an interesting flex.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what the last sentence was, but
it was the last word was like always or something, which is why everybody got those tattoos that said always on them with like the Deathly Hallows symbol as the A.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I can.
Always.
I don't have on my other computer. I could switch my camera around, but let's see if I can.
Who knows?
Because I want to shelf, but
I was thinking about a tattoo for actually possibly for Dandelion Dynasty, like because there's so many good like a quote tattoo. There'd be so many good quote tattoos from that one.
You just get a dandelion.
I mean, I could, but like, there's Way the Fish, and oh my gosh, I keep forgetting all of them.
The Way of the Fish?
Way the Fish, like Way.
Oh.
Way the Fish. Always do the most interesting thing.
Always do the most interesting thing.
Yep.
I mean, that's good advice though.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Yeah, that was a saying from my favorite character in the series, who is amazing.
Who I would ask you, but I'm sure you'll tell me you can't tell me who your favorite one is.
His name is Kuni Garu.
What?
He's awesome. He yeah, he's technically the main character, at least for like the first couple books, roughly.
I have the first one. I want to read it. I heard that it's kind of slow, which is why I've been apprehensive.
Debatable.
Really?
Yes. Definitely debatable. There are parts that it like, again, its slowness depends on how engaged you are with the book. But the way Ken Liu describes it is that it's an epic fantasy, but instead of wizards, you have engineers. And that engineer is a very loose term in terms of not just mechanical engineers, but you also have social engineers.
Social engineers.
Systematic engineers. Governance engineers.
That's cool.
Thing. Though technically social engineering is just scamming. But I mean, like, in the literal sense of social engineering. Of, like, actually being like, okay, how do I create a society that is fair and just?
That is a very intriguing idea. And if that had been explained to me in that way before, I might have picked it up already. Because fantasy with engineers just sounds cool.
Yeah, it's great. And he definitely, like, he creates a lot of interesting things, like interesting contraptions. And he'll tell you how they made and how they work. And like I think he's built all of them. Like because he's an engineer. So Ken Liu is an engineer, a lawyer, and a bunch of other stuff.
Wait, an engineer and a lawyer?
Yeah.
And a writer?
I think his day job is he's a lawyer currently, but he went to school for engineering, I'm pretty sure, and then became a lawyer later, I think.
Why do like there's like a small group of people who get to be good at everything?
And he translates books too. Like he translated The Three Body Problem. Yeah, and he does historical translations as well.
When does he sleep is the question.
That's next to the question. Some people just don't need it.
That is, I thought I did not need it, and that was a lie. So
they want you to think you don't need it, so you just wear yourself out. Yeah. Yeah, he's cool. Bookborn and Read by Kyle, like they did some good interviews with him, like after the Veiled Throne, then after Speaking Bones was done, and it was great to finish the series and then just go watch a couple of hours of interviews with him.
That's really cool.
Because he's a really smart guy. He's fun to listen to.
Okay, Pete. If you could interview any author, who would you want to interview?
Like, part of me wants to say Brandon Sanderson.
Not counting Brandon Sanderson.
Not like just because it'd be fun, but it'd also be me asking him a bunch of Raffo questions.
Yeah, the whole interview would be him being like,
and most
just wear
of the
shirt, point to it.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, and a lot of the other questions outside, I think he's basically already answered. Like, there's a lot of standard questions that are easy to listen to, like, self-published or newer writers to listen to their answers. But a lot of the standard, like all of the standard questions, Sanderson has answered before in other places. So if I were to interview him, it would be like, all right, it'd be intimidating because I'd be like, okay, how can I ask him questions that he hasn't answered before that aren't Cosmere Raffo questions?
You'd have to take some time and prepare.
A lot of time to prepare. Maybe I should just start preparing for the inevitable. I say inevitable. I don't mean to be that.
Hey, you gotta speak
I would like to interview Brandon Sanderson eventually. Throwing that out there.
Put it out into the world.
One day.
It'd be really cool. Who else though?
I don't know. There's so many good people. Ken Liu would be fun. Daniel Abraham for certain. I Alan keeps saying he's super intimidated to interview Abraham, and so he hasn't sent him any and I'm like, Alan, you need to interview Abraham. Stop being intimidating. If you don't contact him, I will.
He would totally do an interview with Alan.
Yeah, he would. Alan is intimidated by him because Abraham is definitely one of those people that comes across as like super, super smart and intellectual. And that intimidates. And from what I can tell, I don't know if that's what intimidated him, but
Alan's super smart too.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Alan would have a blast talking to him. Oh my gosh, it's fine. It's just how it goes sometimes.
Well, I think he would like to, I mean, obviously I don't know because I'm not Daniel Abraham, but I would assume that it would be fun to do an interview that doesn't actually have to do with the Expanse series for once, where someone wants to talk to him about helping.
Well, yeah. I saw an interview he did after Age of Ash, and that's I think that's probably like one of those things where he's just like, yay, something that's not in the Expanse.
Yes.
But I would love to see more interviews just talking about the Long Price Quartet with him. I think I'm going to reread that next year, actually.
Ooh, fancy. It has a lot of rereadable potential, though. Once you're done with it and you see, and you go back and you're like, oh my gosh, it was all here.
Yeah, be like, all right, guys, people, let's buddy read this thing and reread it again, guys. Let's
go. I would do that. I have so many books to read, though, that I have no business rereading anything.
That is one reason why, because this has come up in recent conversation, that I am not going to reread Game of Thrones until he is either done with the series or he's dead.
The latter will probably happen.
It probably will, and it's like, all right, fine, I'll read Winds of Winter because I think that Winds of Winter will probably come out by the time he's dead, probably, because he has been working on it, which is great.
Maybe he's secretly working on both of them, and then he'll release Winds of Winter and then be like, surprise!
Do you think he is Brandon Sanderson?
No, but wouldn't it have less pressure if you worked on it all while everyone's already mad at you, and then after you finish how do I put this?
Maybe.
Instead of putting out one and then having people be like, oh, so are you going to finally finish it and get on his case again? If you just do it all while everyone already hates you, then know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like you'd be putting more pressure on yourself already than already is. Maybe.
I have just, when I was packing and unpacking everything, I was looking at the books and I was like, I haven't read this one. I haven't read this one. And Brianna was going through my shelves and she was like, what about this? And I was like, I don't know. I haven't read it yet. For so many things. I was like, oh no.
I almost had the opposite experience a few weeks ago where I was looking at my shelf, looking at this, and I was like, I've actually read a lot of this. I'm happy now. Because starting BookTube is just I had so many books and I hadn't read them. I was disappointed in myself. And it's So that's a nice ego trip is not the right word. Self-esteem boost.
Yes.
That I'm not, I don't read books. I haven't read that many books. That's constantly I struggle with a little bit. It's just why am I doing this? I really haven't read that many books and all this other jazz. But it's getting to the point where I'm like, it's fine. It's fine.
I've been so away from BookTube stuff for so long. I'm I know I want to do stuff again, but now I'm the pressure of, oh, if I finally put out a video, is it gonna be is it gonna be up to snuff? Are people gonna want to watch it again and all that? And I know it's just in my head, but
yeah, it's all in your head. It's fine.
Also, I have videos that I have edited that are ready to go, but I'm it's been so long, I have to film some sort of I'm back, sorry guys video before I put them out. So, but it will be fun.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all fine. Just do a live show. Just do a sprint and be like, hi guys, I'm back. And then just that way you don't have to edit anything.
I'll just use the intro song from We're Back. Do you remember that movie? With the
No.
dinosaurs? You don't? Oh my gosh. You never saw We're Back. Let me find out on my phone to show you. It is about a guy who, like, this girl, like, wishes for dinosaurs. She's at, like, the Museum of Natural History in New York, and she makes this wish.
1993.
Yeah. Yes. And it's about
The
these
animation looks so familiar.
It's so good. We're Back, a dinosaur story. It's so cute. I love it. And there's actually like a legitimately creepy villain. There's like a creepy circus.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so cute. It's so cute. I love it. Everybody should watch We're Back. I haven't watched it in a really long time. But there's this like they do like a whole parade because the dragons. Oh my gosh.
Same difference.
I've been brainwashed, Pete. The dinosaurs come back and everyone's like, oh my gosh. And so they throw them a parade and there's a song. And yeah, that's what I imagine.
Let's throw them in a circus.
Yes. Yes. Then the evil circus ringmaster tries to steal them because he has these things that like look like Rice Krispies that turn things evil. Yeah. When you say it out loud as an adult, it sounds really weird, but it totally makes sense when you're a kid, you know? But yeah.
Fantasy.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just fantasy.
Exactly.
Let's put that in a book. Evil making Rice Krispies.
Evil Rice Krispies, yes. So here's my apartment's a wreck. I don't even know how to do this. So I have
that's some nice shelves.
I have a small this is why I don't play video games, because I suck at the whole like 3D thing. So there's the short one, and then it's like attached to the bigger one.
The big ones. Nice.
So yes, I can't do this with this, but yes, I guess
a
I could
lot
just
more stuff.
Yes, it looks very pretty, and like I have favorite shelves. Like, I don't know if you can see. Yeah, my Abraham and Tchaikovsky shelf, which is super pretty.
There we go.
Yes, my Abraham and my Tchaikovsky shelf. Nice. And then I have like my Hob books out of the way. Yeah, my old school Hob books. I love these old covers.
Nice.
They're the ones that are like 3D, so you can feel the stuff. Yeah, and then like my
feel the bevels.
Sanderson shelves.
Sanderson. I still need to get the tiny copy of Edge Dancer. I think that's the one I want to get, but I just haven't yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, didn't you get the Dawn Shard one when you pre-ordered the thing?
Yep.
I realized I have way too many YA books. I have like 9 shelves of YA books, which is just ridiculous.
Have you read? Are there a bunch of YA books that you haven't read?
No, most of them I have read. Like I have 2 whole shelves. I don't know if you can see them. That are all like my Cassandra Clare books from when I was younger.
Okay. Yeah.
So
about that.
I like this one too. This is just like aesthetically pleasing. Oh my gosh. How do I do this? Why? Nope. Why is this so hard?
That's an excellent question.
Haha, that shelf.
That shelf.
With the other Tchaikovsky books, yes. Very pretty. Anyway,
have you read Cage of Souls?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I want it to be the first one that I read. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, out of like that and Guns of the Dawn, just because I started reading it and I never got to finish it. But that's the story of my life.
Guns of the Dawn, Elder Race, Cage of Souls are like the next 3 Tchaikovskys I want to read after I finish Shadows of the Apt.
Elder Race sounds so cool to me.
Right? Yeah, and it's only a novella.
I know. I will say, okay, so my local like library has I'm still big. You can make me almost I'll have to like do I'll have to film it when I do the next video. But they have some Tchaikovsky and they had ogres, and I tried to read
that one too.
And it was hard because it's written in second person.
Oh. Okay.
And it's not just like one chapter. Like I understand that N.K. Jemisin, like there's a chapter in the second book or something that's second person. It was the whole thing, and I just could not get into it.
So it's the you as in you, the human, right? Like you're the
Yes.
human, and then the ogres are the slave masters and all that other jazz, right?
Yes.
I can imagine that would kind of be a little bit tough to read.
It's just weird, and you're like the character that you are is like a kind of like a playboy sort of character. I mean, there wasn't any like, not that, but like,
I would imagine that Tchaikovsky wouldn't put that in there.
but like, it's just like people are like gossiping about you, and like your parents are like, your dad is all on your case and stuff, and it's just like weird. Which you would think that being in second person would be the most like immersible point of view to be in because it's you, but not
but
so
I
much.
feel like it's almost like not, because if you're being if you're being called you, but there's a lot of traits that you is exhibiting that is not you, it's really easy to disconnect from. If you
And I
don't
think that's it.
almost force yourself to immerse.
Yeah, it was weird
Because it's like a forced role playing.
Yeah, kind of. Speaking of role playing, I'm going to be playing D&D tomorrow, and I'm super excited.
Yeah.
Some of the new med students are like, let's get a D&D group together, and I was like, yes. And so we're doing like a one shot tomorrow to get some of the new people who want to do it and haven't played before, like to give them some experience.
See if they enjoy it.
Someone was, and I thought of you because we were like, yeah, and I told them, yeah, there's like a game store in town. They have a pretty decent like selection of dice, and they're not like super expensive. So I would suggest going there to get yourself a pair. And some guy was like, well, you don't need dice. You can just use an app on your phone. And I was like,
you need dice.
You need dice. You have to have dice.
You definitely need dice. Don't listen to his lies.
I was like, how dare you tell the new people that they don't need dice? Because you need to have something to put in timeout when you keep rolling that once.
Right? You can't just put your phone in timeout. Gosh.
Yeah. No, you need to have something to blame when you roll for crap. Also, you can't clickety clackety roll for attackety if you don't have So sorry.
No, you're right, you can't. It's just this tactile feel of being able to throw dice across the room if you really don't like it.
Shiny click clacky math rocks.
Yes, we love the shiny click clacky math rocks.
I love the math rocks. So I'm excited because I haven't played in a really long time, and like, oh, this is gonna be so much fun. And I'm gonna have to let my like weirdo out. But should I bring a book?
Yes. Hello. Yes, bring a book. Whichever book. This is.
We are all reading different things.
Yes, do bring a book. Bring one of the thick books. I know this. I've been talking to them for a bunch about like a lot of different books. Like they've read Live Ships. They read Dandelion Dynasty, and they've like blown through them.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild.
I'm impressed.
Yes.
I'm impressed.
Oh, let me take down the banner.
But I don't know if I have to ask them if we need to make new characters or if the DM who's going to do it is just going to give us random ones. Because even though it's a one shot, I have to like put some time into it.
I feel like making characters is like a big part of like the fun of it.
I know.
For me. Oh, you don't want to
read. Which Bronte?
Yeah, that's important.
3 of them.
There's multiple. I know I've read Wuthering Heights, or was supposed to read it for school. So whether or not I read it is still in question.
Wuthering Heights is
weird.
Okay. Oh, really interesting. Okay.
I know nothing.
Emily Bronte wrote
Wuthering Heights. Yep.
Yeah. I don't think I've read. I don't even remember the name of it. I don't think it's as popular. I'm looking this up now.
And Bronte books.
Yeah.
Which Anne Bronte book?
The Tenant of Wildfell Hall looks like her notable work. But what was I saying? When I was younger, like in high school and I read Wuthering Heights, I was like madly in love with Heathcliff. And as an adult, I'm like, ugh, that was a terrible decision. Heathcliff is a terrible human being. The whole thing is bad.
because that was like Wuthering Heights was like British YA back in the day, right?
It's like incredibly toxic relationship, British YA, with lots of like emo people wanting to throw themselves off of the cliff on the moors, sort of like. It was like their version of Ohio is for lovers. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. Exactly.
The moors, so drudgerous.
Heathcliff is toxic masculinity personified. Yes. 100% agree. Agree. I like you. I don't know who you are, but I like you. I agree.
Toxic emo edginess.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm rereading one of the. So I just finished this actually last night, and I'm rereading this with Tamara, Social Teist, if you remember her, and it's a YA series that we both read when we were younger because she is my age, or she's like 2 years older than me or something.
Roughly.
And yeah. And there's a character in here who's like the love interest. And we were talking yesterday about how like we loved him when. Oh, what? He was taking advantage of her in this book, and we totally didn't realize it because we were young and stupid. What? Well, okay.
Wait. So, question: where is Mr. Rochester from? Is he also from
Jane Eyre?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Mr. Rochester is kind of. I remember him more vividly.
Yes. So Heathcliff is shitty in the like. Oh, hey, Stacey. Sanderson finished. Yes, you've come to the right place. We have actually only tangentially mentioned Sanderson today. But okay, so Heathcliff is like a crappy person and like toxic relationships, but I will say that he did not like lock his insane wife in a tower in his house and pretend like she doesn't exist. That is really terrible. And so
I would personally, if I knew Mr. Rochester, I would not be friends with him and I would not trust him. You don't lie to a lady that you've been like courting, that you're not married. You don't lie. Like there's so many red flags of like he just lies to Jane. And I'd have to read Wuthering Heights, but I wouldn't be surprised if I disliked Mr. Rochester more because of how I feel like he does actively more scummy things that I know of.
Heathcliff is like definitely more romanticized in people who read Wuthering Heights, but I feel like Mr. Rochester is more romanticized in the like movie and the miniseries adaptations of Jane Eyre because they add so much more of the like romance into the story that's not as present in the book, and it kind of like not glosses over it, but like they take more focus and put it on like, oh, poor Mr. Rochester like was blinded and all this sorts of stuff, not oh my god, what did you do to your wife thing.
Like why? Yep.
Yeah. And so people are like, oh, Mr. Rochester, he still loved Jane anyway. This is low standards. Raise your standards, people.
Please raise your standards. My question, Stacey, which Sanderson? Which you working on?
You're reading Alloy of Law, right?
At some point this month, hopefully.
No, I think I was asking her.
Oh, she's reading Alloy. Fantastic.
Alloy of Law. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. I have a friend he just finished Way of Kings.
This is your like IRL friend, right?
This is my real life friend that it's crazy because like he read Mistborn. It took him like 6 months to read Final Empire, right? And now he has completed, like in the last 6 months, he has gone through everything else Like he's gone through Hero of Ages, Well of Ascension, Warbreaker, Elantris, Way of Kings. I'm telling him to hold off on reading Secret History until after Rhythm of War, because I want to see if he can catch the Rhythm of War thing. She is reading Yellow of Law.
What Rhythm of War thing?
The Secret History reveal.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah. I want to see if he can catch it there, because there's like 3 or 4 different places you can catch that. But it's wild to talk to him because I have to figure out what I can and can't say. So every time I talk to him, I have the copper mind up. I'm like, wait, when was this revealed? Do you know what the cognitive realm is yet? No. Wait, did Vasher say things in what did Vasher say in Warbreaker?
I love Vasher. I need to reread his scenes in Oathbringer and Words of Radiance. So I can like really figure like because I feel like I just read them on a surface level.
Yeah.
And I need to like go back and like read because now I just feel like I know way more about the world. And Vasher also knows a ton about the world. And so like our Sanderson quitters allowed to comment.
Yes, they are.
Yes, you are. We are not a Sanderson.
We're not Sanderson elitists. We're just Sanderson love. Sander stands?
Sander stands, yes. Sander stands is what I was.
But not in the toxic way.
No. That's Wide Sargasso Sea is about Jane Eyre from his wife. That sounds amazing. And now I want to read that. That's going on my list.
Interesting.
Now that I know that like my library has a bunch of good stuff, I gotta stop like Dominican British author. Ooh. Post-colonial and feminist prequel to Wuthering Heights. Wow, why did I said the wrong Bronte sister? Oh no, I didn't. I said the right one.
Nice.
I said the right one. Charlotte Bronte is Jane Eyre, and Emily Bronte is.
No, we said. Oh no, you're right.
I was right.
Yep, Emily is Wuthering Heights. I'm gonna have to get into Skyward next year. I was trying to get to it sometime this year, but that's not gonna happen at this point. Especially because I want to finish the stuff I'm reading versus starting new stuff, even though I've started a lot of new stuff.
I like Skyward. I read the first one. I haven't read the other 2, but I own them. And I'm debating whether or not I should get a copy of the Skyward Flight. They have like the hardback of like all of them.
Yeah, I picked that up from Barnes & Noble a bit ago. I don't think I have Cytonic yet. I should have bought it in Ireland.
In Ireland, ooh.
Yeah. So one of the purposes behind going to Ireland was also to be able to get like the UK covers without the shipping. And I like the UK covers of Skyward and everything better than the other stuff. So I was actually able to pick up, Fool's Errand in the UK cover. And then one of the I was able to get Guards in the special edition because
so I still have to read. Fox. You said you put up Terry Pratchett and she arrived. It's like you summoned her.
I summoned Pay Fox with the Pratchett.
Kim, like seriously, like he literally just picked that up and you appeared and I just picked up Equal Rights. We summoned you. I did not drop Pentagram on the ground, I swear.
You sure?
You say Pratchett and she appears.
Pratchett.
Yeah, I say it 3 times and K-Fox just poofs out of nowhere.
It's magic.
I would take advantage of that.
Exactly. Yep. Going postals this month though.
Ooh. Are you like trying to go through all of them?
I mean, it's an eventuality of like, yeah, I'd like to go through all of them, but Overly Average Ben and Grace are doing Going Postal on their Discord, so I was like, perfect example to add another one to my TBR.
Yes.
Oh no.
Well, we're gonna do another sprint.
Yeah, we will.
Wait,
interesting.
Some chapter summaries of
I personally think you should try to read Oathbringer all the way through. And
Yeah.
there's probably some chapters if you got bored with them, you could probably skip. But like, Oathbringer is really a great book for people that enjoy getting into the nitty gritty of the world.
Which would be us.
Yes. But at the same time, with Oathbringer, there are some really great storylines. Like, honestly, Dalinar's flashbacks are the best flashbacks, in my opinion.
Okay, so we haven't broached the Sanderson subject about this yet, but the TV show, the Mistborn show, or movie, or whatever it is.
I'm excited.
I want it to be a mini series, but I don't think they're gonna end up doing that. It's probably a movie.
It's probably a movie. I think out of all of his stuff, I would be okay if we had Mistborn and Warbreaker, and maybe Elantris as well, live action. I don't want Stormlight to be live action.
Oh, see, everybody wants anime. I don't want an anime version of.
I wouldn't mind having. I don't want anime either. I would rather have something like. You could have a cartoon. You could do the DC universe style of animation. That would work. It's not anime, but it's still cartoony. You could have Arcane. I don't think it'll come across well in live action. Because
okay, if you did it like Arcane, which I just started watching, if they could do it the way Arcane did, yes. They're thinking early 2024, which will be
there's a Twitter account. I have to remember what it is that has a rough date on it. It's like days till Stormlight 5 or something. That tweets out every day how many days until Stormlight 5.
And yes, K Fox, there's gonna be and Stacey, we're gonna read it starting next January, I think, this coming January, which will be nice because it'll be spread out across. Yes. Yep. We also have the secret books coming out next year.
Secret history ones.
I have to change my address on my thing so that I get
need to do that.
To me.
This is excellent.
That's a great idea.
That is an excellent idea.
That is excellent.
As long as it's not Earthsea, we're good.
No, that was his son. That's why.
Yeah, so Anitha, there's a Twitter account called Stormlight 5 Countdown that as of today, it's like 619 days. Also, speaking of Zach Argyle, today's his wedding anniversary.
Aw. Okay, so Name of the Wind, but I don't talk about that. And Senlin Ascends, mum on that as well. Do you not like Senlin Ascends, or do you just not like to talk about why you like it because of the end of the series?
So where was that was Anitha was asking what our favorite books are.
Yes.
I think this was Jonathan Strange was actually how she found my channel, and we started talking. Or he, I don't know if it's a he or she actually. Is there anything?
Harumita, is that? I might have said your name incorrectly, so
this is the issue of the internet where I just wait. I'm not sure. Mostly, I think. The A on the end of the name makes me think female, but I don't know.
Don't even mention Earthsea, K Fox.
Yeah, Earthsea. Yeah, we're not gonna. It's the only Studio Ghibli that I will never watch.
I want to watch Howl's Moving Castle because I always want to watch Howl's Moving Castle, but back to Stormlight. I think that if they could do it in the style of animation that Arcane was done in, that would be amazing, because I feel like
cool. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Make the magic and everything in a believable way because it's all animated, but I feel like the style of Arcane allows for more serious themes and more violence in a better way than I don't know, because that's the thing. Like, because anime does a really good job with violence too, like cartoons do, but I just feel like for the type of world that Stormlight is, it would be better as like that kind of animation than like a pen and paper like 2D sort of animation thing.
Yeah.
If that
And
makes
I think
a better way to say it.
Like there are innovations, like for instance, how they've been filming some of the Star Wars things. Like they doesn't have to be pure green screen if they go live action, right? Because like with the how like you've seen how they were like filming the Mandalorian and stuff, right? Where they have like a set and then they have like video screens all around the set to simulate where they are. Like that's cool. And it definitely is one of those things that as the years go on, the almost exponential decrease in cost of like CGI and stuff like that and just new stuff, that like the cost keeps going down and all that, but it would the big okay, so Sanderson mentioned this Spren are going to be really hard to do in live action and not look comical, right? If you have an animation, if you have cartoon animation or some sort of animation that's not live action, it is easier to make it believable. So that's one of the big reasons. And it just everything's so different. And like, yeah, he did make the comment of like, oh yeah, so the amount of money people are offering me, we could easily just edit out plants so we don't have to worry about the Stormlight Archive like fauna having to change.
He basically was like he made it sound like they have pretty much unlimited money. Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, he's at the point where it's just like he doesn't need Hollywood's money, but they're throwing it at him.
Yeah, and because they are seeing how much people love this.
Yeah,
but they're also putting a big target on their back. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah. No, you're good. He's like I've listened to a lot of him talking about it, just like how he's like he's like the biggest author out there that hasn't had any of his works adapted. I am nervous about the end of Babel because I've seen like good and bad things, and Alan was like, yeah, it was okay, and I'm like, oh, okay.
See, I am the odd person out. I really loved the ending of it. I think that it deserved more time, and I would love a prequel series. But I can't say anything else because you haven't read it, but I can definitely. So it has one of my favorite tropes. Has one of my favorite tropes in the entirety of reading. But the thing is, you can't talk about the trope because it ruins it. So, but after you read the fourth book, go back and watch my video.
I will definitely.
My conspiracy theory guesses, but I definitely see why people don't like it. And the one thing I will say is that where he goes with that, there should have been way more time to explain why, basically. So I think they should have like adjusted what parts of the book went with which book. Like I think the first chapter of the fourth book could have been in the third one, even though it was really long. In essence, the third book could probably have been split in half, so it could have been a 5-book series, and then he could have taken more time to explain what happened at the very end of the fourth one without throwing something at you and then you feel like you've gotten like slapped across the face with this like turn. It's so good. It's so good. I can't wait to see your opinion with that. So I really love it.
I think my plan is, so I'm finishing 5 different series this month is the plan right now. We'll see if that actually happens. And then next month, Armor of the Sphinx. Happening. I'm gonna plow through it.
That's my favorite one, actually. Remember these things? Yep.
Yeah, no, I really liked Senlin Ascends. So it's been there's a few different series that I've like read the first 1 or 2 of that I really want to get back on. And Senlin Ascends and Dagger and Coin are like 2 of the big ones with Daniel Abraham. So
I'm really sad because so I have all 4 of my copies and they're all tabbed to heck. And Josiah Bancroft was like really active on Twitter and stuff for a while, and like he would talk. And he had told me, he was like, if you want me to sign your books, I will sign them for you. Here's my PO box. Like, as long as you pay for shipping, like I have no problem with that. And so he put the PO box on this like Twitter thread, and then he got rid of his Twitter.
Yeah.
And now I don't have it anymore. And so I could never send him my books, which are really sad.
I mean, I bet Alan has it, so like
Actually,
I would suspect that
he
Alan
might
might be
be.
Alan.
That's true. He is
That's
also on
Alan.
Alan's Discord, so there is a chance I could just message him and ask him.
Yeah, you could probably direct message him and be fine with it.
Be like, hey, do you remember me? Probably don't, because you know a lot of people, but yeah, it definitely should have been $5.
He seems like a very personable guy.
He is, and I'm sad that he got rid of his Twitter and like other social media. I can imagine like maybe fans like went after him after the 4th book came out or something. I don't really know, but he left.
I'd be interested to know why too. I didn't get the impression that everybody was that angry at him.
Mm-mm.
It wasn't. I got the impression that it was just contentious the way he ended it.
Mm-hmm. It took me a while. I just had to reread Mistborn Era 1, but
I definitely will reread it before the the TV show or movie comes out. Definitely.
Yeah, you went for Way of Kings, not read Mistborn first. That's to be fair. That's whoa. Why did my computer just do that?
I think you blocked the light that's behind you, and it was like,
I don't know. That was weird. I just went completely dark.
Yeah. Mistborn's a good place to start.
Mistborn's really good to start. I started with Way of Kings because I was an idiot, but
I started with Mistborn and was like, nah, I'm not going to be into that Cosmere thing. And then I came upon Way of Kings after college, and I'm like, I'm going to be into this Cosmere thing.
I'm not going to be into this Cosmere thing. It's not like we haven't talked for like 3 hours before about nitty gritty things in Cosmere.
Yeah, no, me and the dude.
Dude,
we were literally just on a game, and we were just like wandering around talking about Way of Kings. Like we were talking about the epigraphs, like the letter in Way of Kings, the letter epigraphs. It was great. I was like, all right, so you know that you know that this is a letter. He's like, wait, it's a letter? And then I'm like, oh yeah, this is Race. He's like, who's Race? You'll find out.
Oh,
I'm
that
like,
makes
oh yeah, Addie was Ruin, and that's that reference.
Oh, I feel I'm that makes me sad. He is a very private person. That makes me sad. I'm people who get all I just don't. There are some parts of booktube culture that I don't like in when like people go after authors like that.
Yeah, it's just not acceptable. And the thing is, like, I feel like people like with Star Wars and a bunch of other things, there's these fandoms like, oh my gosh, it's this toxic fandom, and I am genuinely I am convinced that it is the minority, right? It is the vocal minority that gets all the attention. Like, I don't think that the majority of Star Wars fans are super toxic. Like, no. there are some of us that are like, we don't like the new Star Wars stuff, but like, we're not toxic about it.
I liked Obi-Wan. I know that like it's not everything everybody wanted it to be, but I thought it was short and sweet, and I thought that it actually added to the story in ways that some of the other TV shows have not. So
yeah, I think I do agree with Hillary that there is like, it was way too much fan service, and that there were certain elements of it, like putting Darth Vader in the show took away from it.
He didn't need to have that scene with Vader. I will say that the fighting was awesome. I that was like probably one of my favorite lightsaber battles that they've ever done.
Yeah, that was well done.
They didn't need it.
Yeah, and with Baby Leia, I loved Baby like Little Leia as well. But at the same time, like, it's like it portrays because Kathleen Kennedy was involved in it. It portrays how obsessed she is with this particular storyline to grab fans. The child storyline, to be like, all right, there's a child to create artificial tension, and yeah, just use the child. The child is cute, draw in fan. It's like, no. Let step away from that and stop using that. Tell another story.
My one big thing that I was like, really, is that I just felt like Leia was too well spoken, and I liked the fact that Obi-Wan finally was like, "What are you? Like, what is this?" Because it was just, she was cute and sweet, and I understand that they're like, "Oh, she's a senator's daughter and she's intelligent," but it's like, no 10-year-old is going to talk like that, even if she's really intelligent, because she's just not plausible.
I think it's plausible, having met some children. There is a wide array of intelligence that children, like, there is a huge gap of intelligence that's not the right word. There's a huge spread of intelligence that I think that is plausible for 10-year-olds.
I just appreciate that, like, because the whole time I was like, what is this kid? Like, come on. And then finally Obi-Wan was like, really? And I was like, okay, at least they like addressed it for people who
there was some stuff like, oh, she's gonna crawl in the vents and fix the something or other when she's a child.
The door,
yeah. There was some.
Oh, instant
justice.
Hey, it sounds like you, Pete.
Yeah, no, I convinced her to read things all the time. Like, she actually like DNF'd Grace of Kings halfway through, and I was like, yeah, you DNF'd right before the good part, and then she finished Speaking Bones before I did.
Wow, you can read like Zoom like nobody's business.
Oh yeah, she reads like nobody. She just like zooms through everything. I'm like, wait. Like, I told her she should actually read Live Ship, because she just read some of the stuff, and she's not a fan of pirate things. And I was like, well, it's not as piratey as you think it is. And then next thing I know, oh yeah, I'm done with Live Ships.
What? Already?
What? Yeah. I swear it was like a week or something. I was like, wait, what is happening? Am I getting a bunch of messages about the white sand?
Ooh. Yeah, I read the first White Sand volume. It's pretty good, but Albatross or Jess sent me a message about that, and she was like, I don't understand why half the planet is all in the sun all the time and half the planet is in the dark all the time. Has Sanderson never heard of melanin before? Like, because all the white people are on the sun side, and they don't talk about sunscreen or getting burned by
anything.
Anything.
Hey, look, it's magical sunlight,
and all of
so
on the dark side of the planet. It's like,
I think that's an element that Sanderson would probably change given the chance, in my opinion. Just because I feel like the level of effort and research that he has put into his books has like skyrocketed over the years. Like, he literally was on a stream being like, yeah, I just heard back. No, it was on one of his podcasts. He was talking about, yeah, we just heard back from some of our scientists. Like, just casually, like, yeah, we have people that we just like email, like, and he was talking about the Cosmere. He was talking about like, yeah, so I basically just email these scientists and be like, hey, is this feasible? How would this work? Like, Secret Project 4, that whole how that planet works, that's an idea he's had for a while, and he had to figure out how to make that work.
Yes, this is why the science of the Cosmere is so important, and that the theory about vibrational frequencies is for real. Obviously, like, I'm not the first person who thought about that. I'm just connecting the dots for us plebeians who don't have like degrees in physics and stuff. But
yeah,
it's just like there's frequency, and then somatic images of the frequency, and that is the maps of the Silver Kingdom cities. It's like, it's just so good. Good night, Stacy.
Bye, Stacy. We will.
But I'm gonna be. I want to film some stuff. Probably, maybe tonight.
Do it.
Maybe tonight, because
you got time. You're well rested. Do it.
Yes, and I took a shower and my hair is clean, so that's important for filming. But I want to do my second Sanderson science video because I liked making the first one, and it was really fun. K-Vox, what are you reading right now? Did you say anything? Did you tell us what you were reading at Demirment?
Well, she needs to read The Veiled Throne, so I think that's what she should be reading.
Should be The Veiled Throne.
Because just that entire series is like I finished it, and I finished it at like midnight, and I like tried to go to sleep after that, and I just sat up, just staring into darkness, thinking for like an hour and a half.
About Cosmere stuff?
No, this is about Dandelion Dynasty.
Oh, Dandelion Dynasty. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was reading Paromita's thing about Books of Babel and stuff, and then I like zoned out for a second. I'm sorry. I mean, I do that. I sit there and I ponder. Well, you are the ponderer. You share all your ponderings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, there's a bunch of us that are doing a live show next weekend. Yeah, next weekend, because it's the 21st. And I'm going to have to debate Jimmy Nuts and Kyle on why Dandelion Dynasty is better than Game of Thrones.
Oh.
Because I firmly believe this.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's been so long since I read Game of Thrones, because I read Dance of Dragons, that like I got it when it came out, like the day it came out, and I think I read it in like 3 days or something.
Oh, wow.
I used to be able to read that fast, because that was before college. Well, not completely before college, but it was like I was like a freshman or something. And I don't remember a lot of it. Like, I would have to reread it if he eventually releases the Winds of Winter, but like I remember it being good, but I feel like my tastes will have drastically changed, because that was one of the first like really big fantasy series that I actually read, because I had read a lot of like YA paranormal stuff, like because I was the right age for Twilight. So
perfect. Hit you right there. Yeah, I read it like 8 years ago. This was like I was going to community college during high school and reading it from the library there. And I remember being like, "Oh, this is interesting," and reading it because like I need to get through this, and like I was interested, but I didn't love it. And I don't know, like I didn't. It was very much. It was good, but I don't think it was great. Like there were definitely things like, you know, the sex scenes and stuff like that. I was like, why do you have to? Come on, man, stop being like, chill. And like, I didn't like Cersei at all. Like I hated her chapters. Like she was just so annoying to me. Like just, and I think there is a part of me that I know I will enjoy it more. Like I will enjoy Cersei's chapters more if I go back to it, from what I've heard, because I appreciate political machinations and a bunch of other stuff more. So if it actually is like good political machinations, then I will enjoy it more. Because like watching Star Wars, like the prequels now, with my appreciation of just like, hey, just how power shifts and all this other jazz. Where did that go? I enjoy it so much more. Like just like in what's his face, Lucas actually has some really good like political stuff going on in the prequels if you care to understand it. Because it's like
it's another Senate scene blurring.
Yeah, it's you can see the shifts in power based on the words that are said. Like you can see like, okay, Palpatine requested that Anakin be put on the council before he's a master, but he did that on purpose in order to put pressure on the council and to divide Anakin from the council. Even though the council like didn't want to put him on the council, didn't want to make him master because he was so emotionally driven. But they have to, but they can't make him a master, and they're stuck. Like their hands were tied, and like seeing Obi-Wan be like, look, we kind of want you to spy on the Chancellor because we kind of have these suspicions. And like you can see like Ewan McGregor is an amazing actor. You watch him and you can see that he's torn by this. He's like, I'm doing my duty as a Jedi and I'm coming to you. Like, I don't want to ask you to do this because I know he's your friend, but like, dude, we have like that. Nobody's above suspicion. And there's so much subtext that you can see in the acting, in the just there's so much subtext that I didn't pick up as a kid. It's actually really, really good.
I will have to rewatch it from that aspect at some point, because my brain always goes Senate scene, blah. I just want lightsabers. But I think that you would like Game of Thrones again, because that stuff stuck out to me when I was younger. But I do feel like, just similarly to you, that I would enjoy it a lot more now, because I would understand the motivations more than I did as a kid. Because I wasn't a kid, but I was like 18, 19 years old.
Yeah,
when I read
you were a different.
Yeah,
you were a different story consumer. I was about to say reader, but like that doesn't necessarily apply. But you were a different reader. Like that's our tastes change.
Paramita, have you read Long Price Quartet yet? Has Pete gotten you to read that one?
Oh, I should recommend that because that's amazing.
You haven't recommended it yet?
I think she was asking for my recommendations like right before work picked up, and I was like, my brain is blanking. I gotta get back to you. But Long Price Quartet is amazing. I have an entire video on why you should read it. Shadows of the Apt. I think she would probably DNF Shadows of the Apt, maybe, but personally,
I have a book series that you might like that I haven't read yet that I own.
What's that?
I'm gonna grab them because I was just looking at my books here.
Oh, so she's read book 1 of Shadows of the Apt and didn't feel motivated. I think with Shadows of the Apt, not Shadows of the Apt, Long Price Quartet. Book 1 gets a lot better after you've read the other ones. Book 2 was really great, even though it's actually, my ranking of them is Autumn War, Price of Spring, Shadow and Summer, Betrayal in Winter.
Oh, Betrayal in Winter is my favorite.
I know, but like after because if you put the books in isolation, Shadow and Summer is probably my least favorite. But like once you add in the entire series, like Shadow and Summer becomes so much better.
I love
with the entire it's the everything.
I love
Shadows of the Apt is his debut, so it's rough, at least to start out. It's one of those series that's like, look, it gets good at book 5 of 10, in my opinion. Like there are bright spots in the series. There are different things that are really great. Like his sieges are amazing. Like the war that he writes is amazing, but like it's over bloated in characters for the first 4 books. Like I feel like it's hard to get attached to the characters until after book. Like you can sort of get attached to 1 or 2, but you're not going to get attached to the full cast of characters until after book 4.
I don't think I could rank all of the LPQ books. I could just say that like Betrayal in Winter is my favorite because it has my favorite character. And that's when you learn all about said favorite character.
Yeah, exactly. And then
and I can't even talk about how I just can't, because K-Fox, you never finished, did you? LPQ. Like just it is
she DNF book 4. Oh wait, that's Shadows of the Apt. Yes. Tchaikovsky is great, but like it's because it's his debut that it's rough. Because like he wrote the first 4 books before he got published.
Really?
Yeah. He's a machine. I'm honestly not surprised, K-Fox. But book 5 is amazing. I would encourage you to push on if you would want to. Anitha disagrees. So Anitha and then me and then Benghis Khan are going to do a live show after Anitha and I have finished Shadows of the Apt, and we're going to talk about this because it's going to be great. Oh, she's only read the first 2. Yeah, Guns of the Dawn I've heard is really good. It's kind of like Jane Austen Flintlock a little bit. If Emma went to war ? Something like that. I don't know.
If Emma went to war, I love that.
Yeah. What so you said there's a series you thought I would like?
I just feel like this first one's called The Conspiracy of Truths. The second one is A Choir
Ooh.
of Lies. And
The titles definitely draw me.
I feel there's a lot there. There's political machinations, but it's also like the first one has hints of a bit of the 101 Nights or 1001 Nights, like Arabian Nights type of thing. Just because the basic premise is like it's a storyteller and he has to like keep these like rulers engaged with his it's not the same where it's like I'm gonna kill you if you don't tell me a story type thing, but like he keeps spinning like lies and stuff to keep him in their favor, basically.
Interesting.
I just feel like you would like these and you should look them up.
Because I will. I'll be right back. You can keep talking because I can still hear you. But...
Oh no, you're fine. They're just not very well known. And so I think like I don't even remember how I found them. I think I found them on like a list of underrated books that I saw on like Reddit or something. But
that makes sense.
I just feel like it'd be something that you might enjoy because we were talking about political machinations. I love
I'll have to check them out.
The word machinations. I love it.
Yeah,
Is it
it's beautiful.
Machiavelli?
I know no, because it's machine.
Machine. Okay, that's it. That makes more sense. I love that. I love that. Should we read again?
We should read again.
Talking for over an hour.
Maybe I can finish my book on this next one.
Oh my god! Did you just start it? How far?
I was like 70 pages in, and then now I'm 168.
Pete.
This book goes by like wildfire, so like it's not me, it's the book.
How long is it?
It's only like 350, 375, 360. Like it's reasonable that I'm going to get this done today, which is great. I need a quick book after Speaking Bones.
Speaking Bones, yeah. Y'all are making me want to order a copy of Elder Race.
Yeah, Elder Race, and then there's a dark comedy one by so I just did an interview with J.R. Tross, who's the author of The Rave and The Rebel, and then he's also done he's writing with a friend where they do like some darker grimdark or dark comedy stuff, and there's one called The Birds Are Not for the Cat that sounded interesting.
The Birds Are Not for the Cat.
Yeah, I just know it's a dark comedy. That's it. It is fantasy, from what I know, but it's flintlock fantasy, so like Revolutionary or French Revolution level of you have guns have been created, but they're not able to be mass produced yet, essentially.
That's for Anita. She was asking what it was. It's called A Conspiracy of Truths.
Yeah, it looks different, which is great.
I need to pick a plan of attack for what books I want to read next, because
you're not just gonna try to binge Malazan?
I'm gonna secretly read them and then just like put out a video that's just.
You're not gonna be able to secretly read them, trust me.
Why?
Because you're gonna need to talk about them.
I could talk to Joanna about them and make her swear secrecy.
Oh no, please don't do that. And then you and Joanna come out with a video on talking about the entire series, or just come out with like you record a video with Joanna after every book, and then like at the beginning, just like, "Hi, Pete.
Hi, Pete. Guess what? We are here to talk about Deadhouse Games." I can at least talk to K Fox about the first two.
Yeah, there's actually there's like 4 or 5 people that are like all kind of roughly around the same one, because like Angela from Literature Science Alliance, she finished Memories of Ice. Ben just finished
Twitter here.
most there's 2 different Bens, Ben the Overlord and Ben Overly Average Ben, both just finished Memories of Ice as well. And then I think Stephanie, Miss Richards Reed, she's also finished with Memories of Ice. There's like 4 or
Gosh,
5 people.
I just can't. There needs to be 3 of me so I can read. I'm that GIF right now that has the guy from Potter Musical holding like 3 books all open at once. Yeah, that's me right now. Trying to read it.
Basically. This is our life, Kate. This is just how we will do.
I know.
I'll probably be rereading it around then, so I think I delayed until afterwards, until next year for my reread.
My life is now measured in when I'm going to read books, and I had a little mini breakdown when I found out, not like really like heartbroken crying breakdown, but a little like moment where I was like, oh my gosh, that by the time Stormlight 5 actually comes out, I will be in the second half of my 3rd year in medical school, which means when the 6th book comes out, when the second like arc starts, I will have finished my residency and like be full, like making massive amounts of money across my fingers, not having to go to school anymore, putting in pacemakers, finished with my thing. Like,
so I think the answer is maybe anything. I think there will be elements that you enjoy. It's definitely a discussion book. Like there's a lot of like there's discussion to be had, and like there are confusing things, but once you get into it, you'll get into it. But it definitely, Malazan is difficult to get through. Like that's not something that I can like sugarcoat. It's there's a lot of reasons why. Some of it is because of trigger warnings for stuff, because he does go into some stuff that's pretty heavy. Some of it is because it's a unique style of storytelling, and at the same time it's also like there's also this meta commentary on fantasy as a whole that's in there. So like it's better to read Malazan after you've read a lot of fantasy, which you have. So there's things in there that you'll understand more. But there's a lot of ways to get through it that offer assistance. There's multiple podcasts that will do like go chapter by chapter and do discussions after the chapter. So you can read a chapter and then just listen to the discussion and be like, okay, cool. Because like the one that I like is 10 Very Big Books, where they're just like, hey, you have one guy who's not new and then 2 other people that are completely brand new to it, just reading it and being like, okay, how's this? And one of them is like she hates it and she's still reading through the entire thing, which is kind of funny.
Why would you hate read Malazan? That's so many books.
Because her friends convinced her, and she's never read any other fantasy. It is a unique experience hearing her rant about some things.
Oh, thank you, Paramita. I appreciate that. I don't feel like I've been living up to my own expectations this summer, but I did manage to read a decent amount of books last year. We'll see if I can do it this year.
Yes.
It's gonna be rough.
I'm sure you'll be able to. The whole like balancing all the books.
Balancing all the books for sure. That's why I'm gonna make a stack, because now I have a cart. I tell you,
you have a cart. You're a real booktuber now.
I'm a
you
real
have a cart.
booktuber. I have a cart to put my TBR on. You know what that just means? It just means that there's extra space for me to buy new books and then put them somewhere and not feel bad because I don't have room for them on my bookshelf, because now I have a cart to put them on.
Okay, I have other suppositions for you. One, you have a bookshelf between the top of the bookshelf and the ceiling, and there is a nice little cubby on that left corner that's not full of books. It's not a bookshelf technically, but you could put a giant pile there.
Yes,
technically. There's so many
possibilities. Yes, but I'm
Something
gonna make.
Oh, this is good. Yeah. Just have an entire drawer in your dresser.
Yes. My bedroom is still not completely put together since my move, because I have been cadaver dissecting and then writing a paper like Kermit the Frog on the computer for like way too long. But now I can do it. I told myself that I would give myself the weekend off to like sleep and relax, and then I will like do my housework and stuff starting next week.
Yeah. Something that I think would be cool, but it's entirely impractical because it's weird, is like if you put have glass attached to wires on your ceiling and just put books like spine down. So like you look up and there's just the spines of all these books.
Okay, so I have this idea. It's not for books, but it's for people like couples who want to play board games, and they want to play board games in bed. You can also use this for like puzzles and stuff. So it's like a big platform, like a table size platform, and it's like hanging on a thing, and like four corners, and there's like ropes or like something chain, and you can like roll it up and like tie it off when you want to sleep or do other activities, and then to roll it back down when you need it to do like your puzzle or to finish your board game. That way, if you need to pause the board game, you just roll it up and like your dog can't knock it over or whatnot. Genius.
That's a really good idea, and it would be practical for other places in the house too. Like just have it on your table and then just
Yep.
Or just have like use it to figure out a murder and be like, I brought you all here together today.
Yes, we are going to solve the caper.
Yeah.
Oh, gamer hat.
I'm not entirely sure what they're actually talking about now.
I don't know either. I think they're talking about Le Guin.
Oh, that's it. Left
The Dispossessed.
Darkness or the Dispossessed. One of those two.
I have Left Hand of Darkness that I still need to read. I want to get the Dispossessed from my library. I have a whole thing where I want to read a bunch of dystopian stuff, but I have not yet done it.
Yeah. I think... No, I've just seen it on the shelves. I don't think I've bought it yet. I'm trying to remember which books I've bought recently.
We still have to read Shadows and Ivory.
We do.
Did you ever end up getting it?
Nope. Because it hasn't been urgent.
We'll get to it one time. When's your
birthday? At some point. December.
Oh, yes. I forgot. Exactly which day?
The 20th.
20th. Okay. Man, I know so many people who have like birthdays on the 20th of a month. It's weird.
It's just the day.
The day. Yes. Why don't we read more? So.
Yes, let's do it.
Let's read more. Also, because
you want to do Till 30 again?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, cool. Let's do Till the 4:30.
It's a 4:30.
4:30. Good evening. Take your time. So how did everybody do? How did everybody do reading with everything?
So I had like half a paragraph left at the end of a chapter.
Yeah, same. I looked up and it was 4:30, and I was like, I have like a page left. I can finish this real quick.
Oh, there's also a Rock in this book. A character named Rock.
Oh, wow, that's
yeah.
Surprisingly common? Question mark.
There's like some emotional stuff going on, and it's making me sad.
Yes, I can agree. I feel like that I should be more affected emotionally by some of the things that are happening, but I think this book just happens so fast. I feel like there's not that much room to breathe between everything happening.
There's like, I don't know how she does it. Rosario Munda's writing is like her writing is very plain, and that's not in a bad way. Like it's not ornate like Rothfuss's is, but the way that she sets up the story and the way things happen hit you in certain ways, and it's like, I don't know, she did something that like is good for the resistance, but also like made me really sad. So, which I can't talk about because you're gonna read it, but like, I don't know. I love it when authors make you feel bad for the bad guys.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Just because they don't know. Andrew might be hopping on soon.
Yee! I haven't talked to Andrew in forever. Like this face to screen.
Face to screen thing. Yeah, all that jazz.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really done much at all. Ooh. I had Chinese food last night, and I just found my...
You found a fortune cookie.
Yes, which means I have to open it because the fortune is... Whoa!
You know, I got another 80-ish pages done.
There's no fortune in this fortune cookie.
You are the one person that has the ability to make your own destiny in life.
Apparently. There is no fortune. There's nothing. These are fortuneless cookie pieces. There's nothing.
Aww.
I get to make my own destiny.
Your own destiny.
Yes.
You know, it's been a while since I've talked with Andrew as well. You know, it's been a while since I did live shows with people, and I enjoy just talking to people on live shows. So
me too.
I thought about making this a Tetris live show, but then I was like, nah, I don't feel like doing that today.
I was going to. Love you too. I miss you. I was gonna try to do that when I put my bookshelf together, but I ended up doing it on the day that I went like tubing down the river here, and the water was really low, and so I had like scrapes all over my body from like getting hit on the rocks and stuff, and I was exhausted. Ow. Oh, you must depart for now.
Bye, K Fox.
Bye, Kim. Let me know if you want to watch Stargate later.
Nice.
We've been going through. She started binging it again.
Nice.
And so we've been watching it. And like talking on Discord about it because it's fun. Because it's my favorite show, and I can pretty much just like jump in whenever because I've seen it so many times.
I understand that.
It makes me happy.
But I feel like there's a bunch of TV shows I want to finish, but like, I don't know.
What kind of TV do you watch?
It depends. I watch a mix of things. Like I still need to finish Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I think I'm on the last season for that, but I actually want to like go back because I started rewatching it while I was like playing some games or something. So like I like half watched it as I was doing things. So like I need to go back and like rewatch the second to last season. I do watch anime from time to time, things that catch my eye or like friends that recommend things.
What did you say, Andrew?
I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't know what you said either. led to Gregory?
What happened led to? I'm confused. Oh no!
I don't
What?
know.
Internet? Why? What?
Andrew, are you having a stroke? Are you okay?
Maybe.
I guess I didn't think that you watch a lot of TV, Pete, because you always read so much.
I don't watch a lot of TV. That.
Oh,
what happened to Gregory? I don't know. I could have.
He just hasn't been feeling the booktube lately.
Oh yeah. He's been away. He's reading The Veiled Throne.
Yeah.
That I know.
And he's planning on reading Ship of Destiny. He's not fallen off the grid completely, but recovering from COVID. I hope you're feeling okay. That sucks.
Yes.
But yeah, he's just kind of doing his own thing right now.
Which happens. We go through cycles in life.
Yeah, I did not have that energy when I was doing my dissection program to.
Why not combine it? Why not? Let's just film yourself talking about books while you're dissecting people.
You see, do you know, interestingly enough, that HIPAA still applies when you are dead?
Oh. I can understand that because I think you already got through Grace of Kings. Grace of Kings is the setup book. Or did you read Wall of Storms? We'll talk. It's Grace of Kings sets the entire series up essentially, which is great.
Why are you staring at me? My dog is just staring at me, and she's not. Come here. I don't know what she wants. I have Grace of Kings. I haven't bought any of the other ones, but the UK covers are so pretty for all of them.
They are.
And I want to buy them, but also I haven't read them yet, so I don't know if I will like them. So
I would definitely get through Wall of Storms because Grace of Kings, it's very. Grace of Kings is a setup book for the rest of the series. He's trying to do it. He's trying to He's trying to give you a basis for the rest of the series because there's a lot of things in Grace of Kings that are referenced and serve as these motivations for people later down the line. So it feels like a bit of a history book to a certain extent. But Storms improves, tightens up a lot of things. Whereas Grace of Kings is just I'm showing you what's happening so you can, figure out which
Saga
book specifically.
I don't even know what Saga Press is. Where?
They're a publisher. They're owned by Simon and Schuster. I'm trying to think about what specifically book he's talking about. Is he talking about?
Oh, they did Fevered Stuff. They did the Rebecca Rowan horse books. Apparently.
Oh, they did. They did Grace of Kings. I'm trying to think what there's the. Oh yeah. So we're gonna put that down. So the issue is.
The Paper Menagerie did.
Yeah, they did the Ken Liu stuff. Is Grace of Kings? Yeah, Grace of Kings. Load bearing. Good. All right, so the rest of the series is like this. Ken Liu, Grace of Kings. Speaking Bones is the opposite.
Even on
that is why they had to get fired. From what I know. Speaking Bones just doesn't match, and that's frustrating.
Boom. Isn't that how is it? I gotta check.
You talking about Stormlight?
Yes.
Yeah, Stormlight does something similarly where they change how they do it based on they change the text size and how everything's arranged for the mass markets and the I think it happens on the trades and hardcovers too.
Yeah, because it was the hardcovers are fine. I just checked mine. But it's the mass markets and stuff where it's like Way of Kings, Words of Radiance, and then it's Oathbringer down the side.
I mean, you can't do that in the same format because it's one word. You can't do Oath-Bringer. That'd be weird. Poor planning. This is why I am purposely not OCD about my Tetris. Considering like I would be irritated as all get out by my editions of what's it called? Shadows of the Apt, because like I love the original covers for the first 5 books. Yeah, the first 5 books have a specific set of covers, and then they change publishers, and then they go in different books. Like there's 4 or 5 different covers for some of the books, which is wild. At some point, I want to do like a tier ranking of all the Shadows of the Apt covers, because they're
that's
there.
funny.
There's so many.
That's why I got the British ones, the black ones. I think they're pretty. But we don't talk about my hardcover copy of Autumn of War, and how it doesn't match any of my other ones.
This is why I just got the bind up, or found the bind up.
They're so pretty though. I'm gonna have to find I'm gonna have to buy one off of eBay, because somehow I got like the book club version or whatnot.
Of Autumn War?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's shorter than the other 3.
I would love if they would re-release Long Price Quartet.
I would love it if they would.
That would be one of the questions I would talk to Daniel Abraham about. Like, hey, so this is probably a question, but I need to know. I need to know, like, what's the likelihood of us getting a re-release of Long Price Quartet at some point?
Also,
maybe
can we get a soft, like a mass market paperback version of Price of Spring?
Yeah, exactly. Can we do that? Maybe a Subterranean Press edition.
Oh my gosh, those are so expensive though. Why do you? I would with the covers though. Could you okay. Think about this. Stick with me here. Hardcover editions of LPQ for the individual ones, but the images on the cover of the cities, you know what I'm talking about? But printed on the hardback would be so pretty.
It would be, yeah, if they could do that, or even like, because this is what's where did I put it? This is it's complicated, if you're asking about that. What did I just? Oh my. Just ripped out. Oh, fun. Well, that's dead now. Okay. These editions, the special editions of the Terry Pratchett books, like this is like what Sanderson's going for with his secret projects as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think you could do something like this with Shadow of Summer.
Yeah, but yeah, this is the issue. Look at that.
Oh no.
Yep. Why?
Why are you the way that you are?
Yeah.
And
for some reason, Shadow in Summer has like the shiny on it,
and then the other ones don't.
Oh, that one does, but the Price of Spring does not.
Because it's yellow.
Yeah, I don't know. It's also from the Skokie Public Library, because I got it off of eBay.
Yeah, so. It's really funny. One of the books I have is actually from a prison library, and I was reading that. Yeah, it's hilarious because I was reading it. I got it used on thrift books, and then I was reading it when I was at my ex's house, and her mom picked it up, and she was like, "So where'd you get this from?" I'm like, "Online on thrift books." She's like, "Okay, you sure there's nothing you want to tell us?" I'm like, "Yeah."
If you like look at the covers, like actually look at the cities on the covers, like it's just so cool and so like creepy and beautiful. Like if you look at it, it kind of changes how you picture everything in your head. while you're reading
Yeah.
it. And I love
There's
it so
some,
much.
yeah, there's some beautiful cities. So in answer to Paramita, I don't know.
I said
Her
Paramita.
question, Paramita. It's complicated. So when they were first released, no. There has been, because of Alan, there has been a slight renaissance in people wanting to read these books because Alan's just like, these are amazing, and a bunch of people have read them recently. I'm not sure how large of a push a bunch of people has been. I would gather to say hundreds, probably not thousands, but it's possible that it's thousands with Alan's reach to a certain extent. But at least on BookTube, there's been a push to read them a little bit more because of Alan, and yeah, that's the summation of it. Because it's really hard to find the bind up of all four nowadays because we've all bought up the ones that were on the market. So
I bought I have mass market versions of them that I read, and then I found out that they never released the mass market edition of The Price of Spring because they weren't selling well.
Yeah.
So they never released mass market. And I panicked. So I had to buy it off of eBay, but it's really sad. I have a friend who actually read them. My friend Shauna, she read them a long time. Pete?
Sorry, I was putting something in the garbage.
Sounds like you fell.
No.
I have a friend who has read them, and she found them at her local library, which I thought was
nice.
Yeah. And so she read them a long time ago, and I was like, weren't they amazing? And she was like, they were okay. And I was like, what do you mean? Okay.
You're wrong, objectively.
Yes. You're wrong, but that's okay.
It's okay. You can be objectively wrong. It's fine. Yeah, I would. I just need more people to read Abraham so that he can get better editions of some of the stuff. I really hope that Age of Ash does really well, as a series once the other two come out, because Age of Ash was okay, but I know it's something that'll be better once we look back on it as a series, just because that's how he does things.
Wow. So I'm looking I just looked to see if there were any of the bind-ups available. They have the individual bind-ups, the 2
Shadow
and 2. Shadow and Betrayal. Yeah. And it's half off. They have it in stock at Amazon, free Prime shipping for $18. Wow.
Nice.
Okay. I'm surprised.
Hey, it's nice. At least they're out there.
Yeah.
Be read.
That's just bizarre, but man, they're so good. You would think
they
that
are really good.
You would think with The Expanse and everything, people would read more of his works, especially because Age of Ash is in bookstores and stuff now.
Barnes & Noble is I know that there are a bunch of people that did read Age of Ash because of The Expanse, but it's so his writing in The Expanse versus his writing as an individual author is a lot different. Because the action in The Expanse is all Ty Frank. He's got the push there. So once you get to the slowness of telling somebody you'll like Age of Ash because you like The Expanse is a no. I don't. No.
Andrew, what are you yelling at me about? Which editions are trash?
I think he's talking about the Shadow and Betrayal, maybe.
Did you get the individual 2 people bind-ups? I have been trying to read The Expanse, and I have not been able to get through the first book.
Yeah, and this is actually another excellent example. Just because you like LPQ doesn't mean you're going to like The Expanse, because it's just Abraham is a character writer that is methodical, and you see that in The Expanse, but it is another element to it versus being more the focus it is in his own individual books.
Well, you read all of The Expanse, right? Does it have the payoff that Price of Spring does?
It has a little bit more of an explosive payoff, but that's just because it's more action-oriented, and it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, but at the same time, I think it's exactly what it needed to be. So.
Now that we keep talking about LPQ, I just keep thinking about the last book. And I can't say anything that I'm thinking about.
It's just, there's a lot.
All I can say is the scene, the butcher shop, the butcher with the I just like, oh, that reveal. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Baby.
Yes. This is my book pillow. It says so many books, so little time, and it is a book. It's a book. It's a pillow made out of a book.
Yeah, I can see that. I think there's some logical loopholes in there that are similar to some of the Star Wars logical loopholes and some of the newer stuff in terms of travel.
Interesting.
Why is my nose itching so much today?
Are you slightly allergic to something?
I don't think so.
Because that happens to me when I'm allergic to things.
Maybe it's just dry or something.
How far did you get in your book this time, Pete?
So I started at what? 168? I'm at 250.
I don't know how you do that, but
I'm sorry, Andrew, tell me I'm wrong. This book goes by super, super fast. I'm pretty sure he read this in like 2 hours or something. Like,
I don't know. I do not have. I need to stop comparing myself to you guys because
do that.
reading speed doesn't like.
I feel so inadequate compared to Andrew. How fast that man reads. It just.
Well, I'm jealous of you people who can listen to audiobooks because the only audiobooks that I've ever been able to like pay attention to and that have worked for me are the Dresden Files audiobooks. And I don't really listen to those unless I'm going on a long drive. So like I have 3 hours left in Blood Rights and I just haven't listened to it yet because I can't concentrate unless I'm driving.
Yeah. I'm basically the same way. If I ever listen to an audiobook, it has to be while I'm driving. But I just don't because I don't. Especially since I'm not in DC anymore, I don't drive that much. If I was in DC, I think I'd be listening to more audiobooks.
Really? Because doesn't DC have decent like public transportation?
Well, where I was at, it was still at least 15. It depends. Like if I was going into the office, like my base of operations for RSM, it would be a half hour, and I wouldn't be able to take like the metro because it's outside of. It was in McLean, which is outside of DC proper. I mean, I technically could take the metro, but it would be shorter just to drive to it. If I was going into the city to a client's place, then absolutely I would take a physical book with me. I would drive 10 or 15 minutes to the metro, hop on the metro for an hour, and I'd be there. But there was still a lot of driving, period, just wherever I was going. So it was like, and even if I was like going on the metro, I could still use an audiobook. So
I didn't really read on the T unless I knew I was going somewhere really far away, or like usually if I was going on like the I'm losing my terminology because I haven't been in Boston in so long. But there's like the T, and then there's like the trains that are the commuter rail. If I was going on the commuter rail, I would bring a book. But otherwise, I just like study on my phone or something.
So. Yeah, it's definitely like there was definitely some times when I was on the metro and I was like, am I going to miss my stop? And like reading at the end of the day was a lot more relaxing because I knew I was going to the very end of the train, very end of the rail or whatever, metro.
Yes.
But, yes, Bonds of Chaos is absolutely super quick. Yeah, there is a little bit. So with what Paramita is saying is she thought Dandelion was extremely popular, but it really isn't that high.
Really?
Yeah, we're in a bubble. You have to remember. Yeah. So we have like books may be popular in our little bubble, but they're not going to be necessarily be popular outside of that, as popular outside of the bubble. I think if you look to other spaces of BookTube and see that, like there's a bunch of YA people reading this, there's a bunch of other people reading, like if it's popular across BookTube, you might see it on BookTop, then yeah, the sales are probably pretty high, but it's still like, I don't know, depends on what you view as high sales and how you can see that as relatively. Like I know last year Lee Bardugo actually like blew away everybody else, like was like one of the, like I think she had like the top sales out of anybody in the fantasy sphere last year because she had the adaptation come out.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Adaptions like give you lots of money. I think she might have blown away Wheel of Time.
Oh wow. Well,
I'm not sure. I think those were the two top sellers last year. Wheel of Time,
but like, how more accessible is Shadow and Bone and Six of Crows than Wheel of Time for readers right now? For like the younger audiences. Yeah, and you're gonna have the teenage girl, like,
even though you could arguably categorize Eye of the World as YA.
They do have YA versions of it. They split it into 2 books.
Yeah, they did that for like the first 2 or the first 3.
Oh God, Silmarillion
that
audio.
sounds terrible because it's like listening to a history book.
Yeah. Apparently, Kay Fox really loved the Silmarillion, and it helped her get more into the Lord of the Rings.
That's awesome.
Which I thought was really cool.
That's not the only time I've heard that. I think if you really love world building, the Silmarillion is amazing for that, and there's actually some really, really touching stories in that as well. Just because it is interesting.
Kids, yes.
I mean, we've already been on here for almost 4 hours, Andrew. Like, how late are you going to be?
Kids and tantrums. Oh, hello, friend. Yeah, I feel like it would be really dry to listen to. Though maybe it'd be different for me because I can do audiobooks for Grass and Files, and then I have listened to nonfiction audiobooks.
That might work then.
It's like listening to someone give a speech or like, a lecture. And so it's kind of different. You're not trying to like pay attention to a story,
Yeah.
And
the music of Iluvatar.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Do you want to sprint again for another half hour? And then by then, I think Andrew will probably be here.
Yes. Yeah, I'm good with that because I need to read more. Things have. I forgot like how Flamefall ended, and it ends with like stuff going down. And so it starts with stuff going down, and I was a little confused because I forgot what happened. But now that I'm no longer confused, it's like, oh man, and I can't like dragons. So I'm glad Greg's not here because dragons.
Dragons.
So yes. Oh wait, that's what I was going to say because we were talking about LPQ. This is probably a horrifically unpopular opinion. And if it could only be made for like the readers and like not have to sell money for other people to watch it, I would want each book to be a mini series because I think if you had the right actors, it could be so good. It could be so good.
So on this sprint, think about this for a little bit. Who would you cast as who?
Oh, that'd be I'm going to think about that. But I will tell you one thing. This has to do with Stormlight, and I just saw it on Reddit earlier today. Someone was like, okay, listen to me. Danny DeVito is Taravangian.
Yes, I saw that. Oh, yeah.
Someone in the comments was like, Dalinar DeVito. And I was like, no.
Taravangian DeVito would work. Would work so well.
Also, Doc Brown, he could play Taravangian from Back to the Future. But anyway, I'm gonna think about LPQ now while we read.
For certain. All right.
We'll be back at 5:30.
In 30.
Also, yes, Fireborn is very good, and you should read it because it's awesome.
Hello.
Hello.
It is evening now. Good evening. How are you doing, Andrew?
I'm here. I've got kids, so you'll have to forgive me.
No, you're all good.
I'm
I
on
see.
I'm on daddy duty.
Oh, hi, little buddy.
Hello.
Oh, he's so cute.
Here is a child.
Oh my
And a
goodness.
dirty home behind it.
He's got so much hair.
Can't see it.
well, he's actually, if you look, he's got a bald spot right here.
Already with that male pattern baldness.
Yes.
Yeah. So he was born with a lot of hair and it's starting to fall out.
That
What?
happens, though, I think. He's real cute, though. He's being the Q word that I won't say in case I jinx it.
Oh, don't jinx it.
I'm not.
The Kaya just threw a tantrum about 10 minutes before I hopped on.
Oh no.
And then my dog is throwing a tantrum. What do you want? Huh?
Oh, he's like, I want to see the baby.
There's nobody here. There shouldn't be anybody here. Hold on.
Oh dear.
There's nobody here. Goober.
So how was your reading, Kate?
Sad. I don't know. I was like, yes, this finally came. I'm gonna get it. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna start reading again, and it's gonna and it just is painful.
What book is it?
It's the last book in the Fireborn, the Aurelian Cycle trilogy.
Oh, okay. I haven't read that.
And
It's good.
I mean, I'm not as fast a reader as you guys are, but I started it today, and I'm almost at 100 pages. But man, it's
Yay.
just emotion and like a lot of characters are dying, and it's really sad.
I got
So
17% through my novella.
Ooh, what novella?
It's actually an e-arc, but Jim Wilborn, author of The Seventh Cadence, is putting out a novella here soon. And he sent me an advanced reading copy, e-arc of it. So I started it right when I hopped on, and I'm 17% through.
Ooh.
Nice. What's the novella about?
It's set in the same world. It's I believe there's two side characters who kind of go off on their own, and it doesn't really tie into the rest of the Seventh Cadence. And so I think this novella is addressing what they get up to, so that he can then wrap them back into book 2.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
What is the book? The Seven Kings? Is that the name of the
Seventh Cadence?
Seventh Cadence. Ah,
yeah.
yes. Yeah. I have seen that.
Jim's good people. He's in my server.
Yeah, he just recently started his BookTube channel too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's done I think 3 or 4 videos.
Yep.
That's awesome.
But flashing back to before the sprint.
Yes.
Those bind-ups of LPQ are absolutely trash.
Why?
So mine didn't match. They were different sizes. There was like a good 1/4 inch difference between, I think, Price of Spring is an actual. It was.
There's like
Price
Shadow and Betrayal, and then War and.
Price of War.
Yeah, Price of War. And so there was a 1/2 inch difference. And then as I was reading it casually, pages fell out. And then the ink was also shiny. So if like I had an overhead light directly above me, the ink wasn't matte. It was light reflective.
That's weird.
So yeah, Orb needs to get their stuff together because that was not good.
Yeah,
you can get the Orbit UK's editions from Book Depository. They're a bit pricey. And the second bind-up has a different name than the US bind-up.
Oh, really?
Even then, the spines still don't perfectly match, which upsets me. But
upsets me.
So what I'm hearing is the key to all of this is to get Daniel Abraham to sell so many more books that they have to reprint all of,
it won't happen. It won't happen.
Seasons of War. That's what it's called.
I am determined. Seasons of War. That's so weird.
Well, because an Autumn War and Price of Spring, they're both seasons.
Like it breaks.
Yeah. I really like. So I need to read Dagger and Coin because I really enjoyed LPQ. I was gonna read it with Sarah, and then Sarah started it early, and so now I have much sadness.
Oh.
I should check where she's at because I'm on book 3 that I'm going to start back up in.
She just finished the first book, I believe.
Oh, okay.
First
so
or
I might
second
actually be like, hey,
read
this together.
Sarah's awesome. You can totally ping her. What do you want, dude?
Love and affection.
That's definitely what he wants. He's a clingy baby. You put him down. He's quiet right now. If I was to put him down,
hence the audiobooks.
What, Kaya? She's laying down with her butt up in the air watching Boss Baby.
The life of a child.
Probably. I'm like really close to finishing.
Oh my gosh.
Bonds of Chaos?
Yeah. So I was 70 pages in at the start of this. I am like 60 pages away from finishing.
It's a real the pacing on Bonds of Chaos. Like each book, Zach Argyle just ratchets it up even more.
Yeah. It just keeps going and going and going. I like I kind of wish there was more. Like there was a moment in the cave for a hot second, or like 2 moments in 2 different caves where there was a moment for them to slow down. But even in that moment, I don't feel like it's slowed down.
I agree with you. He does read so fast. I don't know how you have time. I don't know how you have time to like absorb what's going on and think about the themes and like what's actually happening and let like the poignant moments sit with you if you read that fast.
Maybe that's why I didn't like the end of The Realm of the Elderlings. It's because I read it really quickly.
That's a possibility.
I broke Derry's heart. I broke her heart. I've got a rant review coming out.
Oh no!
About Assassin's Quest?
No, about Rain Wild and Fitz and the Fool.
You didn't like Rain Wild either?
Oh God, I hated
Rain Wild is contentious.
I hated it. That should have probably been a single book, honestly.
Wow. Because I know it was originally supposed to be 2. And the fact
it was originally supposed to be 2. There's not enough content in there to justify 4 books, let alone 3, maybe 2.
One of them was really small, though.
I think honestly, a 900-page book would have made Rain Wild really good.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so much filler, and she had to fall on so many annoying tropes, and the tone is very YA. So if you don't like YA, and it's not like the good kind of YA, because there's multiple different kinds of YA. Like there's like I said, there's good YA where it's like it's engaging and you've got good characters, but it like reads younger and it appeals to a younger audience. That's the good YA. And then there's the YA that just uses all the wrong tropes and is written to be annoying. And I felt like that's what Rain Wild was.
Yeesh.
I would love to talk with you about like what YA you think is trash and what YA you don't think is trash, and see if it matches up with what I think. Because I feel like I would really make people angry by insulting things like Sarah J. Maas.
See, I haven't read enough YA because I don't read. Like Legend of Black Jack is great YA. It's great coming of age. It's that kind of classic fantasy that appeals to like an age range of 20 years. Like anybody from the ages of 10 to 35 could love that book. Like it's like, Narnia, Never-Ending Story, things of that nature. Kaya, what do you want, honey?
To become Boss Baby.
Yes, exactly.
No, Boss Baby's right here.
Who doesn't want to be Boss Baby?
Legend of Blackjack by A.R. Witham. I'm actually speaking to him in 3.5 hours.
Nice.
Oh, really?
Yep. I've had drinks with the author. He's local to me.
Really?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wait, you're speaking to him in 3.5 hours. So at 10?
He's
Can
in
I not do
Central, right?
math? I
Oh, he's in Indiana.
We're Eastern.
Yeah, he's really
okay.
close to me. He's the closest booktuber to me.
Hold on. 3 hours. 3 hours 20 minutes. So at 9.
It's on here.
He did the audio himself, and it was awesome.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna get to that next month after I'm done with all my.
You'll probably read it in like 3 hours.
Cool. I like books like that.
You guys are on his like Kindle profile, like on there as like quotes. That's really sweet. You and Lana and Patrick.
Yep.
Oh, and Tiago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I still
He
have
and
to
Tiago
read.
are buds.
I know you are. You've like all the connections now.
I accept all of the arcs. You reach out to me with an arc, there's like an 80% chance I'm going to say yes.
Dang.
I take on way too many books to read that I don't have time to read. I have so many arcs.
I've overloaded myself with arcs, and on top of the fact I'm now a judge for SPSFC.
Oh, wow.
Do you
So
like
and,
science fiction?
Yeah, I love sci-fi.
How much sci-fi? I'm trying to think. Like,
It's got to be good sci-fi.
It has to be good. Okay, well.
So you're gonna tackle the whole 30 books next year or this year? When does it start?
It's technically already started.
Okay.
And they've got a weird. So I'm on Team Book Invasion. So Scott.
Okay.
Which Scott's awesome. I'm on that with Nico, Leslie, sufficiently advanced Lena, and somebody else. A new person I just learned about.
Sufficiently advanced Lena. I love that. Sufficiently Advanced Magic is such a fun book.
Yeah, I DNF'd it.
What?
Yeah.
It was fun. It was one of the ones I listened to on audiobook.
You know what you would love on audio? And actually, I don't know if you would love this on audio. I think Pete would love this on audio because it reminds me of the Borderlands video games.
Ooh.
Is there a tiny
that's-
Tina?
No, but basically the achievement. So it's Gamelit. It's Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Okay,
and
yeah.
I just recommended this to Nico, and he loved it. And I recommended it to my boss, and he loved it. One of my patrons recommended it to me. And basically, the achievement system is basically Claptrap.
That's awesome.
Oh, wow.
And Jeff Hayes, the narrator. The only way to read that series is on audio.
Okay.
It's like the only way to go because literally the narrator does such an amazing job.
Is it only on Audible or is it on other places?
It's a sound booth production, so I assume it's available on other places as well.
Okay, cool.
Like I think you can get the sound booth app.
Oh, cool.
And get it that way. I don't know if you have to pay for it, but it's not like Podium, like an Audible exclusive or anything like that.
That's good.
Because I know you hate the corporation of Amazon.
I would
This is
prefer
your
to
debut.
support it as little as possible.
This is your debut. Say hello.
Oh, hello, buddy. Oh, little dances.
Yeah, wife's at work right now, so I've got 2 kids by myself.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How are you feeling?
So I'm negative. Both my wife and I and my mother-in-law, we all got it at the same time.
Oh, geez.
And so I'm negative, but I've got that lingering cough.
Mm-hmm.
That is absolutely terrible.
Yeah. I hated that part. But I'm glad that you're feeling better now.
It was rough because it was funny because I was symptomatic but testing negative.
Oh, wow.
And my wife tested positive but was asymptomatic. And so I was dealing with the kids because I was testing negative. And so I was flying solo for 2 whole days, and that was interesting.
Oh, geez.
Did the kids get any of the symptoms at all?
No.
Okay, that's good.
Last week, the daughter had like a fever for a day, but that was because she started her swim lessons at the Y.
Uh-huh.
And I think because she's, a pandemic baby, she's not used to being out in public.
Mhm.
Yep. Well,
So,
have fun.
Pete,
Play at a wedding. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Pete, have
Well,
you read the entirety of The Expanse? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm at Nemesis Games, and I'm trying to decide if I'm going to continue.
Nemesis Games is 7?
5.
5.
5? 5. 4?
5? 5. 5. Where do I even keep The Expanse? I know I have.
Oh, I got rid of my books.
Yeah, I have them. I think they're out in the living room. The next one will be rough after Nemesis, because I feel like Nemesis was a peak of that arc. What
Well,
about?
considering the arc hasn't been very good.
Yeah. And then so that one will be rough. The last wait, that's 5, 6.
I heard you burp.
7, 8, 9, or is it just 8, 9? 8, 9 is kind of where it wraps up the entire thing with another arc, because Nemesis Games, and then I think when do they pop up? Let me check.
My problem with the series is the villains never make any damn sense.
Okay.
Like they just decide to go psycho, or in order to get the villains like accessible, they'll just do a thing, and you're just like, oh, that doesn't make. Why did that happen?
Why did the villain do the thing?
No, like it's kind of hard to talk about it non-spoilers. Like at one point, one of the villains is like locked up, and they're like, "Yeah, we got him locked up," and they like let him out because there's a mutiny, and you're like, the mutiny didn't make any sense, and so it's just like, "Hey, here's this mutiny, and it comes out of nowhere," and you're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
And then it just kind of progresses. So the second half of the book shouldn't have really happened. And then there's another villain where the guy's like, yeah, let's just burn the world. And it's just like, that's not really your job, but it is. And it's just, okay.
Yeah. I was annoyed at that guy, the burn the world guy. I do think the final villain of the series is a lot better, but that's simply because he played to some of the things that I enjoy about leaders making tough decisions, quote unquote. And he rises up out of the result because of everything that happens in Nemesis Games. I have to think. No, I don't want to know about the planetary cycle.
Because so Leviathan Wakes is great, but again, I feel like I'm the only person who says that Leviathan Games has terrible dialogue delivery.
Yeah.
Or Leviathan Wakes. Yeah, like the way that the dialogue is delivered is Holden said. What's the detective's name?
Miller.
Yeah, so you'll literally get dialogue descriptors of Holden said, Miller said, Holden said, Miller said, Holden said, Miller said. That's your dialogue delivery. And I'm like, oh my God, if you have to say that this person said it one more time, be more creative.
Yeah. I have to think about when. Wikipedia. I think it's 7 and 8. 7 and 8 when what I'm thinking about like pops up. Because so 7 is when the final villain kind of starts rearing its head, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So you 6 would be rough. I think 6 will be rough, which is I think Babylon. Yeah, because it's Babylon's Ashes.
Yeah.
No, I don't want the TV series. I want the novel.
I didn't like Cibola Burn, and I didn't like.
Oh, I love Cibola Burn.
Abaddon's Gate.
Abaddon's Gate was there. Oh yeah, Babylon's Ashes will be great. read Persepolis Rising, see if you can connect with some of that stuff.
Is that the short story collection?
No, so Persepolis Rising is 7.
Oh.
If you start, I can't say anything about the dialogue
I can't
tag.
skip an entry. I can't just skip 3 books. I'm way too neurotic for that.
Well, I'm not. If you wanna go in to get done with 5, done with 6, and then get through, and then try 7. But if you
want
DNF
good
it, you
indie,
DNF it.
good indie sci-fi, Song of Kamaria is really good.
Song of Kamaria?
By T.A. Bruno.
It starts with a K or a C.
K.
We are still going. We might do at least one more sprint. Or more, we'll see. Yeah, maybe one more. Yeah, at some point I'm going to shift over to I've read a lot of fantasy. Let's read a lot more sci-fi. I don't know when that's going to happen.
So Song of Kamaria has like great Mass Effect vibes.
Okay. Never played
Mass
Effect.
You never played Mass Effect?
Nope. I am uncultured swine.
What are you doing with your life?
I know, right? I need to buy the Legendary Collection and go for it. But like,
I rarely say this. Stop reading. Go play some video games.
I know, like I've seen Alan talk about it and some other stuff, and I know it's good. I just haven't taken the time. I'm trying to do Bloodborne right now, among other things, as well as I've been playing a lot of New World, just because that took
New World. Is that the no?
It's the Amazon MMORPG.
I heard it was trash.
It depends on who you ask. I think it's pretty good.
Okay.
The trash criticism mostly comes from Endgame, from where it was when it started, and I think, from what I can tell, and they've also, it's one of those things where when they've rreleased it, it wasn't
ready.
It wasn't as ready as they want it to be, and they've made a lot of, they've made a lot of quality of life adjustments that have made it a lot better.
Okay, I haven't gamed in 2 years, so I tried playing the new FromSoft game. I played about an hour, and then I went and read a book.
We have a question in the comments, Pete.
So I am reading Bonds of Chaos, last book in the Threadlight series. This is coming out on the 25th.
What is this called? I am reading Strangers in the Promised Land by Jim Wilborn.
Yep.
It's not out yet, though.
Fury Song, last book in the Aurelian cycle, starts with Fireborn, which is really great. Dragons, YA, Plato's Republic.
All that fun stuff.
Yes, with a little bit of Anastasia. I have a copy of Plato's Republic, and I haven't read it since high school, and I kind of want to reread it so that I can do like a comparison, like what parts of Plato's Republic that she brought in, because she is like a political historian and stuff.
That'd be really cool.
That reminds me, Troy. Pete, have you read Troy by David Gemmell?
No.
Oh, that is
heard of that.
It's historical fantasy. It's the last series that David Gemmell wrote. Actually, David Gemmell died in the middle of the 3rd book, and his wife finished it.
Oh wow.
It's so good. It's a different historical fantasy take on the Troy saga. So like, things don't happen the way that you would think. Like if you've read the Iliad and you've read Homer, and the Odyssey, like Odysseus is there, but he's called the Ugly King and the tale teller because he's like not good looking. He's a bit older. He's known to tell like really wild tales and stuff like that, which it kind of hints at like, oh, this might be where the Odyssey tales come from. It's got Hector and Achilles. It's got great takes on Hector and Achilles.
Nice.
Helen is barely in the series.
That's
like
good.
Helen's in it for like maybe 20 pages.
It's good. Helen is like the cringiest part of.
Oh yeah. It tosses out the whole Helen's the reason for the war thing.
But
that's cool.
Is she annoying because she's only painted as the beautiful woman who started the war and no one ever gave her any agency or ever asked her? Or like
That's probably why.
Someone should write a book about the Trojan War from Helen's point of view.
That would be great, honestly. I'd be open to that.
Grand Master of Demonic Cultivation.
Sounds like a manga.
Okay, that sounds that sounds like you're about to summon some demons. You want to summon some demons? Huh?
Is that a wise thing to ask your child? Because they may just have enough power to do so.
You want to summon some demons?
Oh, Chinese comic. Oh, that's cool.
Oh, okay.
I have a half Chinese baby.
Maybe he does want to summon some demons.
You want to go summon some demons?
Summon some Chinese demons.
Hi, dude. Hi, dude. How you? You have chubby little arms.
You guys want to do another sprint?
Yeah.
Sure. I can do one more.
Sounds good.
I am surprised that no one has written a book from Helen of Troy's point of view.
They might. Ouch. They might have. Your head is a weapon.
Figured we'll do it for half hour.
Do you want to do till 6:30?
Yep.
Sure.
Keep with the trend.
Sounds good.
Nom nom nom.
Nom 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 nom.
Hello.
Hello.
We're back.
Are you?
I'm done. I mean, I'm back. I mean, I've been done for a hot second.
I'm 43% through my novella.
Nice. You'll finish that easy.
Yeah, no, I'll finish that tonight.
I read
And
some
then-
pages. That's all
You read some pages. Were they good
I read
pages?
about 15 pages.
I read more than 15 pages.
Okay, good.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear it. Otherwise, I'd be
Actually,
worried.
No, I actually think that like my brain has not adapted to the fact that I don't have anything to worry about for the next 2 weeks. So it's not like letting me concentrate on one thing yet, but it will.
Maybe that's all you need to do to unlock your insane reading speed. Is just don't worry about anything, and then all of a sudden you're just going to read super, super fast.
You can get some of these bone conductive headphones, and then that'll help.
Ooh, fancy.
With audio.
Bone conducting headphones?
Yeah, so they go over the ear and they sit right here on the jawbone.
Uh-huh.
But they don't actually go in your ear?
Nope, they don't go in your ear. And you can hear perfectly fine, but also you can't hear perfectly your like surrounding, but like if you're like exercising or like, you know, you're in the room with somebody and they need to get a hold of your attention, you don't have like earbuds plugging up your ears, so you can hear both.
Okay, so they're similar in concept to some hearing aids.
What are they called? What's the brand name?
The one I use are SHOKZ.
Huh.
You want to come say hi, Kaya?
That's so cool. Oh, I can hear her.
Quit singing happy birthday to yourself.
When was her birthday?
May.
Oh. Hi, Kaya.
Hi, Kaya.
Say hi. It's been a while since you've seen these people.
Mm-hmm.
You stink.
Mrs.
Did you
Miller.
poop?
So cute. Her hair
What
is
are you
so
pointing
long.
at? Oh, yeah. You smell. You are fragrant.
You are fragrant.
I'll be right back.
Yes.
You're good.
You are fragrant. That's one way of saying it out.
That's a way to put it.
How was the end of the book?
A lot.
Are you emotional about it?
A little bit.
Just a little bit?
Just a little bit. Yeah, kind of just sitting here thinking about it. It's interesting.
Did you like it?
Yes, I did like it. Sorry, just
this isn't a like I'm not sure.
This isn't like I'm not sure. This is I did like it. I'm just processing what just happened and kind of just like it definitely touched a heartstring. That's for sure.
Just one?
Yeah, one or two or three. You know, it's there. Does a thing that tends to touch my heartstrings.
Oh really? Oh really?
Mm-hmm.
Is this a trope that tends to touch your heartstrings?
Ish. Yeah, there are tropes related to this concept.
Now I have to read 3 books to understand what you're talking about.
Yes. I mean, there's plenty of books that'll it's
I want to know what it is.
There's a particular concept that is involved with some tropes that tends to tug my heartstrings and really gets me thinking and really connects with me. I have mentioned it before, but of course no one listens. It's fine.
I mean, you can tell me.
Yeah, no, that'll give away some things. It'll give away some things. Yeah.
There is a really cool looking cover for Voice of War that's on here, and I don't. On Google Books, it's like I don't even know. It looks kind of like it has like sort of Kaigen vibes on it. I don't know.
Is it the one cover that's like vibrantly blue and green?
Yeah.
That's the initial artwork.
That was the initial cover?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's when he was first getting started, and then like once he entered it, he did that thing where like an indie author enters into SPFBO and gets a new cover. That's what Zach did.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean, the art first was awesome.
Yeah, I think if I remember from an interview I watched with him, the problem with the artwork was regardless of whether or not he did matte or shiny finish, he was never quite happy with how the color vibrancy was printed on the. So like it looks great as digital art, but I think he was having issues with the actual printing of the books. I could be making that up, but I vaguely remember him talking about that. I think he was like talking to AJ Redker or something like that.
No, that makes sense. Because the vibrant whites tend to look weird. I don't see that on many covers, and that would make sense if that's the reason.
So it's funny because lately, so it's kind of a twofold thing of like something. What did you just throw my way? Oh yeah, throw a water bottle at me, fine. Is Bookborn, who's Zach's wife, said that Mistborn Era 1 has one of the best endings that she's ever read. And there's a lot of similarities between Threadlight and Mistborn.
I can see the similarities. I wouldn't. They're not a lot, in my opinion, but they're there.
And my personal opinion is that I think Mistborn starts better than Threadlight, but I think Threadlight ends better than Mistborn.
Pete, do you know that your video is just like your butt on camera?
I'm sorry.
That's what I'm here for.
I just wanted to let you know.
I am adjusting.
That Andrew is oogling you through the screen.
Oh, thank you, Andrew.
Pete knows what kind of degenerate that I am.
Yes, I do. I am well acquainted.
This is why we can't get you and Ben on a stream together, because then the whole world explodes.
Oh, is that what happens?
Something like that.
I believe the catastrophic mixture is me, you, Ben, and your friend, Brianna.
I was gonna say she's working today, or she would have come on.
Did I get her name right?
Brianna? Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I have 2 videos.
I remember notable people.
Yes. Most people remember her. I have the video that I have like done that I need to upload, which I've just been like putting off because, like I said, I want to do like I was gone and now I'm back video. But there's one of her and I doing the first line challenge, and then we filmed a Disney movie ranking. Good night. We did a Disney movie ranking, like all of the like big Disney movies, the animated ones, and the raw footage is like 3 hours long.
Oh god,
that makes sened sense.
I can't do long form like that. Like at 30 minutes, I'm just like, ugh, why won't I stop talking?
We had to stop and refilm a couple things because she would like be on a roll and then she'd start swearing, and I was like, Brianna, stop. You can't say that. I have to be able to publish it. But it will get massively edited down.
Okay. Yeah, I know like Leslie gets like, her 15-minute videos are from like an hour of footage, which is just
crazy.
Like my videos I kind of range between 8 minutes, 12 minutes, and then it goes like 16 and 20 minutes. But usually all my videos, I'm only cutting out 3 to 4 minutes worth of footage.
Yeah, I'm close to that. I think maybe like a 20-minute video might have 10 minutes of extra footage. And I kind of feel like I should probably do more takes, in my opinion, just because sometimes I look over it and I'm like, yeah, I could have said this a lot better, and I should try to think about that like in the moment, but I don't necessarily always do that.
So because of the way I do my book reviews and my videos, it's all basically what's right here in the front of my brain. And so a lot of the times my mouth will go faster than what I can articulate what's in my brain. And I'll like stumble, and then I'll have to basically step back, reset, let my brain catch up, and then continue on.
Yeah. Sometimes if I actually notice me going like I will do another take, because that's the one thing like right there I will get kind of self-conscious about, and I need to do better with. But
I've gotten better with it, but I still do it.
yeah, I'm definitely a lot better than I was.
Sometimes I just have space because I like forget what I want to say, and then I pause and look, and then I go back because it's just easier like that than to have a bunch of clips to put together.
Yeah,
a bunch of what to put together?
A bunch of like individual like video takes. I'll just have one big video, and then I'll just have to cut it.
Oh, okay, clips.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my brain translated that to a T. And I was like,
no. Pete is disturbed.
No.
That's why I was like, excuse me, my ears.
What?
My
What's
ears
going on
heard
here?
that wrong.
Clips.
No.
You should understand my accent, Andrew. You're from the Midwest.
You can't prove that.
Okay.
I mean, you probably could, but
Turn geolocation on.
say what?
Turn location finder on.
Oh God.
Where's my phone? He says.
Oh my gosh, your picture in your LinkedIn profile. You're so young and like clean shaven.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You
LinkedIn.
searched me on LinkedIn?
Why
no,
not?
I searched you on Google, and then your first thing.
I think that's a wedding picture, honestly.
Well, I searched your name on Google, and that's the first thing that popped up.
That's disturbing.
Everyone's stuff is on the internet. It's disturbing for sure.
I don't even know. LinkedIn. I updated LinkedIn a little bit. Hold on.
I occasionally update LinkedIn. Not really. I have friends that are on. I've seen people from college that are on it, and like they post updates and stuff. I'm like, I don't want to do this. And then I get messages from people all the time because I'm a CPA. Like, hey, you want a different job?
I never get those messages of, hey, would you like a job? So
I am in. It's those 3 letters.
What, CPA?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the certification, because like CPAs are in short supply as it is, and then like in the next 15 years, about 70% of CPAs are actually going to be within retirement age.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah. They don't know how they're going to fill all these gaps.
Wow.
So I should go be a CPA is what you're telling me.
Yeah, if you can stand it, you'll definitely have lots of job and lots of potential.
If you can stand it, that doesn't sound promising.
Considering CPAs are highly overworked a lot of the time.
No thanks.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. They're trying to do better, but like, and I'm sure local firms are usually more flexible, but like higher up there in like the Big Four and stuff.
Sorry. No, stop.
There's a reason I'm glad I never worked for the big guys.
My dog is trying to scratch her face, but she's scratching it and like smacking into my desk like legs, which are made of like wrought iron.
That makes sense.
Puppy! Hello.
She likes to hide under my desk because she likes.
I've been stabbed.
You've been stabbed by your dog?
Oh no, daughter.
She's got nails.
Hello, Milla. She hides underneath my desk because she likes small spaces because they make her feel safe. But
anti-claustrophobia.
Yeah, she's anti-claustrophobic. She likes to be claustrophied.
Enclosed.
What happened?
Oh, hello. I have to take them out, and I have to get food, like real food. So I think I'm going.
I should probably get food too. I think that's a perfect time to wrap up since I've, finished my book and, it's a good time to.
Now, what are you going to read next, Pete?
It's likely I'll pick up Ship of Destiny.
No, you should read Nomads of the Sea. Realm of the Elders will just end up disappointing you after book 9.
Too many things to finish, Andrew. If it's not, let's see, if it's not Realm of the Elderlings, it's gonna be.
Oh no, I was gonna pull up the.
The next book first. No, I have a pile of books right here. What are you talking about? Boom, boom, boom.
Show us the pile. I would like
Seal of the Worm.
Yeah, show me your piles. I mean, show me the pile.
I would like to see the baby.
I have Ship of Destiny, Seal of the Worm, which is Shadows of the Apt, Revenant Gun, which is Machineries of Empire, Going Postal, Alloy of Law, or my next Spiffbo book, which is The Hunter. Or I have one ebook that I have to read this month, which is also Spiffbo.
I have to finish Sword of Kaigen. And then
yes, you do.
Equal Rights, which will be, I could probably read this tomorrow.
Equal Rights is a good book.
It's likely.
I started reading it right when they handed down the SCOTUS stuff, and I was like, I'm too mad right now to read this book right now because Granny made me angry. So
Witches Abroad is straight trash, though.
What?
Oh my!
Oh my! This is quite the. I'm gonna tell K Fox you said that.
You should.
I managed to grab one of these suckers while I was in Ireland.
Nice. I actually sent all my. Oh yes, thank you for kissing right in my ear. I actually sent all of my death books to Nico.
Nice.
Aww. That's very sweet of you.
Mm.
I did get. I got Men at Arms last time I was.
Men at Arms is fantastic.
So, yes.
Yeah, Witches Abroad made me break up with Discworld for about 3 months.
Really?
Yes, thank you for the kisses.
Was it boring or you didn't like it?
It was a flawed concept, in my opinion. Basically, the concept for Witches Abroad is witches being fairy godmothers.
Yeah, that's not a old concept, or that's not a new concept.
Yeah, but the way it's executed is weird.
Oh, okay.
Yes, those are my ears. No, don't touch.
Okay. I will see you guys later. I loved doing sprints. I had a good time reading and chatting and doing all the things and seeing your faces.
Goodbye, everybody.
It has been too long. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Let's end this thing.